All right, everyone, welcome to the monthly work session of the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission. It is Tuesday, March 11th, 2025. We have 4 items under discussion today, a couple of programming notes. We are going to go ahead and hear our home CDBG and CPP recommendations first. We're then going to turn to our 2 outside partners, the Athens Homeless Coalition and neighborhood leaders. And then we're going to conclude with options for increased housing for Bruce Lonnee. So I'm just kind of moving that to the end, just based on staff availability. As they say, you should begin with the end in mind. So we're going to be out of here before 3:15. And so just know that we're backwards planning from that time. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the manager so he can introduce Director Lord and colleague Scott.
So first up today, we have presentations on home investments. As a reminder, home is funding that is passed down from HUD, specifically to create and support affordable housing. And so HCD is going to take you through their recommendations on how that funding be used.
So today we're going to discuss, consolidated plan and affordable housing goal. Explain the home application review process. We'll review home funding application release information, the proposals and funding recommendations, and then we'll review the remaining schedule for annual action plan 1. So HUD requires a consolidated plan. It's a 5-year needs assessment, resource review, and gaps analysis, and a tool for making data-driven, place-based investments in the community by use of community consultation and citizen participation. On September 3rd, the Mayor and Commission approved HCD's new consolidated plan goals for the FY 26 through 30 consolidated plan. We continue to work on the full draft, and part of the consolidated plan for FY 26 and 30 is this annual action plan, which is what we're presenting now. Our goals for the new consolidated plan include affordable housing, development and redevelopment, public services, economic development, and public facilities and improvements. The consolidated plan that is appropriate for home program is the first consolidated plan, which is affordable housing development and redevelopment. HCD's consolidated plan supports the safe and stable affordable housing, and we are fostering affordable housing market. Eligible home activities include homeowner development activities, which would include down payment assistance, rental development, which supports multifamily or single family. And then we have community housing development organization activities, which accounts annually per federal regulations as 15% of the annual home budget. That is considered CHODO set aside, and then another 5% for CHODO operating funds. At this time, Athens Land Trust is currently the only certified CHODO in Athens-Clarke County.
Could you say that again? Who's the only?
Athens Land Trust is currently the only certified CHODO in Athens.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So home is different from CDBG, and first of all, it's the only federal funding that is solely dedicated to affordable housing activities and allows for affordable housing development. As such, it requires different review processes and has different regulatory laws that cover it, different from CDBG. So it is gap financing. It does not support 100% of any development project due to the regulatory subsidy limits and our funding limitations. All home projects are subject to an affordability period that may run from 5 years to 20 years, depending upon the activity and the amount of home subsidy. And finally, current home limits, or current home income limits, rental limits, and utility rates and homeowner value limits must be used for all projects as applicable, and HUD provides these limits to us on an annual basis. The application review process begins with a 100-point scale. Staff reviews these 6 application categories, and again, you can get a maximum of 100 points. Minimum points for consideration of home funding is 75 points. So minimum threshold, 75 points, maximum 100. Furthermore, a home requires that participation or that participating jurisdictions, PJs, complete a thorough subsidy layering and underwriting evaluation and a review of each application to ensure that the project is viable and that no more home funds are invested than are necessary to ensure project completion, and that annual regulatory subsidy limits are not exceeded. So you're looking at quite a few things that have to come into play in order for an application to be considered qualified. Unlike with our CDBG awards, the home funding recommendations will not be impacted by HUD's FY26 allocation announcements, since FY26 potential funds were not included in this process. Only HCD planning and admin total request will be subject to change due to the 10% regulatory cap. So when we moved our process to an annual cycle, we started out releasing in FY25, we used FY24 funds and back. We didn't use our FY25 funds. So this year, we're using FY25 funds for the release. So we're not having to worry about what HUD may award in this upcoming year. So with that in mind, what we have available for FY24 and 25, we had some FY24 funds remaining, and FY25 funds is approximately $519,000, and we do have some home program income funds that came in. So we have about $285,000 coming from there. So a total of our entitlement activities that we could award for FY25 is $805,370. And we're 10% of the anticipated FY26 funding for planning and admin is being included in there. But again, that is the only potential funding that is included in this funding recommendation presentation. And as stated, HUD has a 15% required CHOTO set aside amount that we have to allocate for CHOTO activities, including operations, and that's $107,000 and $44,000. We did not receive any CHOTO set aside or operating applications this year, so it's important to note that that money for set aside and operations will not be used this time. It's not in our funding recommendations. We didn't have an eligible application. So now we can show you a quick snapshot of overall what was received. For new construction, we received 3 requests at $1.8 million, and we're recommending projects at $805,000. We received 1 request for rehab of homeowner occupied units at $500,000. We're not recommending that project. Rehab of rental units, we had 1 request at $225,000. We're also not recommending that project. And then the FY26 anticipated 10% for HCD admin. So 6 requests for $2.6 million. We're recommending 3 requests at $876,791. And you can see here, just an example, the gap between what was requested and what's available is $1.577 million. So now we'll actually get into the applications. So as you can see, we did have 2 applications that did not meet that 75-point minimum threshold application score. So they were not eligible to move further in the subsidy layering and underwriting process. They weren't eligible for consideration. We have Athens Area Habitat for Humanity ranked #1 with new construction of 4 single-family home buyer units at Micah's Creek. They asked for $600,000. Staff is recommending $480,000. Athens Housing Authority requested $710,000 to construct 2 more units at Savannah Heights and to include down payment assistance in that application. And we are recommending $325,000. Blue Ridge Atlantic Development submitted a LIHTC application that they plan to submit to DCA for funding for LIHTC support. We're not recommending this program. Home requires that projects be shovel ready within 12 months of contracting, and this project hasn't been approved yet for LIHTC. Not very likely that it's shovel ready. So this is one of those, we'd rather them come to us after they've potentially been awarded LIHTC rather than prior to it.
Let's go through the schedule, then I'll get questions.
Sure.
Let me write my stuff down.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we're at the work session. This will go in front of Mayor Commission for agenda setting consideration on April 15th. We will publish notice in Athens Banner Herald on April 20th. And we will also post the annual action plan on our website. We'll make it available through listserv for public comment period. That's when it will begin, is on April 20th. We will publish it on the 21st. It will come in front of you on May 6th for the vote. And we will initiate environmental reviews. Another key about home is that contracting cannot begin until an environmental review has been finished, completed with no mitigation or with mitigation accounted for. Then we will initiate contracting. Hopefully the environmental reviews will be done and we can start initiating contracting into 2015 or 2025, I'm sorry. The FY26 consolidated plan is due to HUD, annual action plan 1 due to HUD on June 24th. And then home funding, the actual project program start time is July 1st. All right, so you wanted me to go back to this?
Yes, now, I don't know, it was, oh, you're right, thank you. On that Blue Ridge Atlantic, the reason why they were denied was, again, because what?
So this is a proposed project for LIHTC funding through DCA, through the state.
Okay.
So they have not received that. DCA won't accept the applications until May. So they haven't even submitted this. And actually, they did submit it last year and were not awarded. So they're submitting it again, hopefully to get LIHTC, but they don't have it yet. And because home requires that these be shovel ready and ready to, and within 12 months of contracting, we're concerned that the time it takes to get awarded for LIHTC, get the project up and running will far exceed that 12 months. So it would be a risk that we would have to withdraw that money from that project if they were not ready in that time. So we would rather encourage them to go through with their LIHTC application, see if it gets approved, and then resubmit it in the future for home funding consideration when we know that it's ready to go.
Okay, so I guess my, okay, I needed to be able to explain that because from what is in the street was the rumor, they were denied because the housing authority, because I understand that was private and public partnership that.
The BRAD is a private public between BRAD and the Athens Housing Authority for development. So
it is with that Athens Housing. BRAD
Yes, ma'am.
is, okay. So that it clarifies some stuff because I understood, I didn't know it was with the housing authority, but there's speculation they were competing with the housing authority, but that's not the case.
well, they are, but they're competing against a different housing authority application. So Athens Housing Authority is submitting a LIHTC application for the North Downtown Athens Phase 2. They're submitting this Blue Ridge Atlantic, and I believe based on a DIC application that was submitted for consideration of points, there's another project called with WODA that they will be submitting. So they have multiple projects that they're partnering with the housing authority that they plan to submit. So they're competing against each other on that state level.
And the state only issues so many credits. a
Yeah,
year.
they only issue so many credits. So it's very tight competition.
Well, I will say that developers, I shouldn't say that. I think the misconception is they never thought they were competing. They thought they were working with so is there any other organization besides the Housing Authority that can do LIHTC funding?
Absolutely. If they choose to do so, they can absolutely do that.
I think
A
that's.
lot of them do with the housing authority because housing authority has established relationship with the state for the LIHTC. So they get higher consideration. They're a strong competitor for LIHTC applications. That's why.
Three or two. So as they get prospective tenants, they can go like, oh, you would fit over here. Oh, hey, we've got one of our regular units over here. They're kind of
And a lot of the times the developers are the ones that approach the housing authority asking if they would be willing to partner in that program.
And I guess that's where the misunderstanding came from. They really thought that they did not think that the housing authority, they were competing against who they thought they were partnering. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, I mean, and they are,
Okay,
but they're,
okay.
but like I said,
I got
2 or 3 other projects
Okay.
that Athens Housing Authority is either submitting directly or are partnered with.
Melissa and John and Tiffany.
I'm interested in seeing the scoring for those rehab projects. I'm a little concerned that they didn't make it. Like those
One of the
programs.
primary differences between CDBG and home funding for homeowner rehab, occupied rehab, is home requires that you bring an entire house up to code. You can't just go in and pick certain aspects that you want to rehab. If you go in and you commit to doing it, you have to bring that house up to code. So even if they only allocated $80,000, if the requirement to bring it up to code is $125,000, the homeowner would have to come up with the difference, or they couldn't do the project. So
They would qualify possibly for CBDG.
we're recommending them for CDBG.
John.
Do we have an update on the projects, the status of the projects that we had approved for last year? Are they finished?
The Savannah Heights has not been started yet. We're having some difficulty with contracting for insurance purposes. I think we're in the final stages of that. Micah's Creek has already they're in development, it's in process. They used our home funds for infrastructure, not for actual housing development, but it's to support development and most likely these 4 houses that we're recommending.
So are there houses in Micah's Creek yet or no?
No, they were using
They used the money last year for infrastructure.
for infrastructure. So now they're asking to use it for development. Land Trust is actually in the process of developing 2 houses. Those contracts were just recently completed, and those were actually held up because of the environmental review. Georgia SHPO went back and forth with Land Trust on repairs or replacement of different things that they could or could not do. That process took quite a while. So they're about to get started on those houses.
So realistically, when something is approved, it's 2 years before the project is finished.
Possibly, yes. Home allows for 4 years, a 4-year contract period. It's anticipated that they're not going to get a home project completed within 1 year.
But with work beginning within 12 months of contract.
Work has to begin within 12 months of contract, but they have up to 4 years to complete a project once it's awarded home.
Would it be helpful just to see the last few years to kind of see the phases of development?
Because we, obviously there's an issue with affordable housing and we're approving all this money, but we're not going to see a dent in the project, in the inventory for 2 years. So I mean, maybe that's something that we should look at is projects that can get finished quicker.
Tiffany.
Who else are LIHTC providers besides Athens Housing Authority?
So
Yes.
there's an overlap here. LIHTC can be available without the Athens Housing Authority.
Right.
I'm applications are strengthened by it. And the other reason why you're seeing a lot of housing authority partnerships on LIHTC is that this body has granted pilot payments, payment in lieu of taxes, which helps the LIHTC provider to have predictability around their taxes. And there's some reduction over what that baseline would be as well. But there are LIHTC providers in Georgia that don't require, I mean, they're just for-profit entities.
Can we get that information though? Or of, I know that housing authority isn't the only LIHTC providers, but I think it'll help this body to know who else, whether we use that information or not. Second question. Housing authority properties, are they, do they pay property taxes or no?
They do payment in lieu of
Oh,
taxes.
payment in lieu of
Yes.
taxes.
And that goes into the Affordable Housing Special Revenue Fund.
Okay, can we get a copy of where that stands, like as of 12/39?
How much money is in that
Yeah.
fund?
Thank you.
Thanks.
And I was gonna hold off on my question, we got through the other piece, but since John sort of opened it up. So one of my, probably my concerns is, what is our plan when we talk about affordable housing? So what I like to see if we can get that out, I'll relate to the man law. In the last 5 years, how many, low to moderate homes have we built? Multi-family homes have we built? I think we need to know that. Then we don't plan for what we think we need when it comes to low and moderate home. Yeah, there need to be categories. So that we have a category for low and moderate. We have a category for higher housing costs. But I don't think we have a plan. I think, it's the third time that I've seen and seen these. And I have not seen, so, okay, you know what, especially when we do history, we built this number of low and moderate houses in this particular area. And we don't know that. I think our community needs to know what we building, how much have we built, how much have we spent? And that way, to give us an idea for where we're going. Right now, I don't think we know what we're doing. And I'd like us to have that conversation. Maybe doing a big blocks, man.
And to your query, Commissioner, I asked a couple of weeks ago for the last 5 years of inventory, just so we would have that in front of us. So I know that's forthcoming.
Yeah.
Sad, I have provided that.
Did you read?
Yeah. Well, and again, if we have, and again, maybe we don't tell our story. Obviously, and y'all watch, our community comes to us and say, there's not low and moderate housing in this community. So we need to know what we're building, where it's located, where it's going, And I don't think we know that. If you said that, I apologize. But when people ask me, I don't know. So I think we need to tell the story about what we're doing when it comes to housing and whatever that housing looks like.
Well, and just to remind you, that our home funding and our CDBG funding is limited to low to moderate income housing. It can't benefit workforce housing, so it can't go above that 80%.
But again, I don't know how much we got of that though. Again, how many multi-unit apartments have we built based on that, on what you just suggested?
Right.
I mean, it's anything family home, what Habitat is doing, what the Housing Authority is doing, Savannah Lakes, lots of vacant over there are open. Michael's Creek, from what I understand, they're supposed to be putting 60+ homes for Habitat on that property.
Yeah, but that's not going to be majority our money.
I understand it, but what I'm
We don't
saying,
have near enough to do that.
what I'm saying is, again,
It's inventory.
yeah, with the inventory or what those things are. So we sort of get an idea. And then we truly need from our government, we have a plan. I'm just one person, but I don't see a plan for what's going forward, what that plan looks like for the future.
Well, I've shared with the manager's office who will provide that to you. I think it's already been provided to the mayor. We are working on a mapping tool that you would be able to just, a storybook, kind of, you pull it up on the internet and you'll be able to see where the houses are located or where the units that we've invested home money are located. and it'll include the projects that are completed. And we could put the projects that are under award that aren't completed, but that might cause some confusion, so we can figure out how best to approach that. But we are working on that storytelling piece.
Commissioner Thornton, and then we'll move on to CDBG.
Micah Creek support. So the money that we already allocated, and I think that was ARPA money,
Yes.
and that was for infrastructure.
No, ma'am, no. So the ARPA is for development of 10 units. The
Okay,
FY 25 home money that we invested last year was for infrastructure.
okay. So I'm struggling with not having any housing yet from the ground for start of the 10 units. And we're looking at what's this gonna cost us at the end of the day? I guess that's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay, well, if you remember at our GIT presentation, Georgia Power came in and they gave you a demonstration of the cost of subsidizing affordable housing. The important thing to understand is that on average, to build a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, it costs about $359,000 in this current economy. If you want to make that house affordable, about $150,000 to $100,000 for a low-income home buyer, you've got to subsidize that unit for anywhere between $200,000 to $259,000. So on average, we only get $800,000 in home, and that's the only money that can be used for development of affordable housing. So if you look at a subsidy of $200,000 per unit minimum, then you're looking at 4 houses. That's all we have the money at this point with the current market to help develop subsidized
So I
housing.
guess that's where I'm trying to land at. You know, we should be seeing at least 4 houses if we've done some of the subsidies, even if we haven't done any of the subsidies. People are wondering why we're putting money into Micah's Creek and haven't seen anything. So that's my point there. But this is all based on subsidies.
Yes, ma'am.
And so if we just didn't do this, could we see 4 houses at Micah's Creek? Are you the person to ask? I mean, I guess that's my point.
Just in knowing something about the construction world, you know, what we see here is we're sort of phasing out, obviously, something like 60 homes ultimately. And so as the first 4 get architecturally planned and engineered, we're lining up funding for the next one.
I'm okay with that, and I agree with that. I would like to see the 4 houses, that's all I'm saying. And then we move on to the next phase. And that is what is irritating the community. So I know he's gonna say we're gonna jump on to the CDBG, but I got another question about the pay in lieu of. I think Commissioner Taylor opened that door. Pay in lieu of sounds really great on the front end. But if we're doing pay in lieu of with the house, I got one more question after that. If we're doing pay in lieu of to the housing authority, then we go circle back and award them money. Where's the what's the benefit of a pay in lieu? If we're taking pay in lieu and then we award them home dollars, where is the benefit? I mean,
So just as
Different pots of money.
a taxing matter, because the housing authority is a public entity, much like the school system, they don't pay any taxes.
Right.
They don't know the unified government nor the school system any taxes. They elect to use some of their unobligated funds to deliver a payment in lieu to the unified government. So really, they're doing us more than their obligation is under state law.
well, again, we're also awarding them money. So so Andrew's trying to explain this to me. Go for it.
So keep in mind that where we accept payment in lieu, so 2 prominent places would be North Downtown Athens is going to be started. Athens Flats, which you're seeing coming up by the Kroger is one that's been approved, and then Columbia Brookside. Those all have a public-private partnership with a for-profit developer. So to your question, if you didn't do payment in lieu, and they still partnered with the housing authority, I think potentially they could maybe argue that there's no taxes at all, or it'd be very challenging. So basically, it's allowing you to capture value from that for-profit side, that then this body gets to decide how they use in the community for affordable housing.
I think I understand. And my last question is, and this also is from Commissioner Taylor about LIHTC funding and your other programs that offer LIHTC funding. And I do think that is important for developers to know who those other LIHTC funders are, because they think their partner,
There's only one LIHTC funder, that's
I
the
mean,
state.
okay, that's the state, but didn't
That's
you
it.
say there were other?
So there's a received LIHTC fund. So there
There
are
are private developers that receive it.
many hundreds of entities that are going to use that as
That was the
a.
question you asked.
Yeah, but now that I hear that answer, because I don't think I got an answer probably, but now that I hear that answer, I understand that Georgia is the state, is the LIHTC funder.
Correct.
Right.
The recipient is by a case basis.
Based on their criteria. They determine who they fund.
That was not clear because it didn't sound like private developers knew it was a state. They are always saying the Athens Housing Authority that they are.
No, many of them do choose private developers approach the housing authority
Right.
for partnership, but they don't have to. There are plenty of developers that apply for LIHTC funding with the state that have no partnership. They're private developers that want to build multifamily housing.
And so, but because of the housing authority's relationship, all of that, it strengthens a private partner, a private entity's opportunity to get funding.
They can get extra points on the application. If like, for example, a housing authority says they'll put money into, they get points for that or something like that.
Okay, that's where I'm heading.
That, and a lot of the times when they partner with the housing authority, they can get more subsidized units, or they can expand the affordability period beyond the 20-year LIHTC period.
Okay, thank you.
Listen, we do.
Yeah, so you mentioned the, what, $350,000-$400,000 it costs to build a new house with infrastructure. Theoretically, that figure shrinks significantly if you're talking about acquiring a dilapidated property and bringing it up to full code,
Not necessarily.
not necessarily.
We've had several projects that were funded with home that were rehab of an existing property for home buyer, and it cost about 200,000 plus to do that. So there's a difference, but it's not as significant as you would think.
Okay.
All right, we're doing CDBG.
So teeing this up, CDBG is annual funding that comes to our community every year from HUD. Similar to home, there is a competitive community process in which proposals are submitted to Athens-Clarke County for how that funding could be subgranted in the community. HCD will walk you through what those recommendations are for this particular.
Okay, and similarly, I'll do just a quick sketch of the comp plan and goals because we've already gone through those. A little bit more comprehensive for CDBG. We'll review available CDBG funding, discuss the application review process, look at proposals and funding recommendations, and then review the finals for annual action plan 1. So again, as discussed with the home, we have a required 5-year plan that we submit to HUD. We are working on consolidating finishing our new FY26 through 30 consolidated plan for submission to HUD due to delays of funding allocation. We have been given an extension where typically we would have to submit the comp plan by May 17th. We now have till June 24th to submit that plan. And again, this body approved the FY26 through 30 consolidated plan goal. And essentially what these goals will do will drive what projects we will fund for the next 5 years. This helps us focus what activities we will accept applications for in the upcoming year. So again, our number 1 goal is affordable housing development and redevelopment. Our number 2 goal is public services. Our number 3 goal is economic development. And our number 4 goal is public facilities and improvements. So the consolidated plan requires a participation in agreement or process. And for us, we have the vision committee, which advises HCD on our consolidated plan and annual action plan projects. They share feedback from the community. They help us review and rate submitted applications, and then help us prioritize what applications or what funding recommendations we bring in front of you each year. We have 10 members on the advisory committee. This year, based on active membership, we had 8 members that were available to assist HCD staff with the review and rating of all of the CDBG applications. And 30 members either can resubmit to serve another 3-year term, or they will roll off and we will publicly post positions for vision committee membership, which is decided by this body. So unlike with home, CDBG, we have to do a guess on what we think we will have for the upcoming year. In the past, we used a 3-year average process, and that did not do us any favors with funding being reduced. This year, we decided to go with the amount that we have available now for FY25. Bless you. So our recommendations, bless you again. Our recommendations this year will be based off of the funding that we have available in FY25. When IPHUD announces the FY26 funding awards after the May 6th vote, HCD will submit a notice of proposed administrative action providing the actual CDBG award and adjusted allocations for each program, including required increases or decreases for planning and admin and for public service funding totals to maintain the 20% regulatory requirement for planning and admin and the 15% budget cap for public services respectively. And if you recall, last year, HUD actually announced our FY25 award on the day of the vote. So we had to postpone the vote for a couple of days to a special voting session to account for actual allocation amounts. I don't know if that'll happen again this year or not. So CDBG funding for the past 5 years does include a 15% regulatory cap allocation for public service activities, an annual regulatory cap of 20% for planning and admin support, and which means the remaining 65% can be allocated for affordable housing, economic development, and public facilities and improvements projects, with an emphasis on affordable housing activities since it's our number 1 goal. Any unexpended CDBG funds that were formerly available have been allocated to FY25 CDBG projects, zeroing out all of our former reallocation funding. So in other words, we went into this process for funding recommendations with the exact amount available, no funding for reallocation available. In other words, if we were to get less money awarded for FY26 from HUD, we will have no choice but to reduce all of the awards because we have no other funding to supplement the original recommendation. We're hopeful that does not happen. And just to give you a little background on beneficiaries, CDBG funding for the past 5 years includes, lost my place, my apologies. Total annual percentage of LMI beneficiaries assisted with CDBG must be 70% or more. Annually, we have served 93 to 100% of beneficiaries at 80% or below. And the largest number served, 67% overall, have been at 30% or below area median income. So funding request snapshot, we received 21 requests at totaling $2,396,000. 4 requests for affordable housing at over $1 million. We're recommending 4 projects at $530,000. Economic development, we received 6 requests at $618,000. We're recommending 5 projects at $261,000. We received 7 eligible public service requests at $251,000. We're recommending 5 projects at $176,000. We received 1 public facilities and improvements request at $55,000. We're not recommending funding for that project. And then FY 26 HCD ad planning and admin at the 20% cap. So we're recommending 15 requests at $1,210,965. Again, that is what our current FY 25 award is. So that's the number we're using. And that results in a funding gap for what's available versus what's being asked. We're being asked for $1.185 million that we do not have to award.
Just to be clear on this, based on what you said last year when we were voting, we're not going to be actually voting on this till we know how much money we have. Is that correct?
No, ma'am, you vote because we don't have a choice but to get our consolidated plan in, whether the
Right,
award's
right,
an
the
announcement.
consolidated, no, I mean the consolidated plan, but the actual, because I am looking here with the Department of Housing and Urban Development and the kind of cuts, there's some, 50% of its workforce and such. So there is a chance that we could end up having a whole lot less.
Yes, ma'am. And you have to vote on what we think we may have, what we hope we will have. We will have to submit it to HUD in our consolidated plan. And then if it changes, if it's less, we will have to do a substantial amendment to that plan to account for the actual award amount. Unfortunately, we don't have a choice. We can't delay the process because the submission dates are regulatory.
And so sometimes we see 5 or 10% variance between what was approved by the body and then ultimately hit the street.
Right.
And we,
No, it's part of the agenda item that administratively, we reduce everything by the same percentage.
So the amendment would just be amended, if that's the case. Okay.
It would account for the change. We would hope to get an increase. If we got an increase, then you would see an increase, recommended increase on all of the actual recommended projects. But if it's a decrease, we have to take the public services down to the 15% cap. We have to take the admin down to the 20%. And then we would have to reduce the remaining based on whatever the difference is between what we awarded or what we recommended and what that we have.
And for transparency, once we get a notion of where the funds is gonna be, because it's not gonna come before us to vote on the amended document, can there be like an announcement? And my eyes are closed just so I can get my words out. So I'm not.
No problem. Yes, we can make that, absolutely. We can re-release the NOPA recommendations. The NOPA goes to the manager's office. It does go to you for review and approval.
Okay.
But yes, we will make that public, not a problem.
and I think if we saw a drastic departure on funding, say 20% or more, at that point, would we need to maybe pause and revisit our assessment? Because some of these projects may not be viable at a lower amount.
Absolutely.
But if it's within the
Have no
normal
choice.
variance, then NOPA will be used to communicate the kind of the checks and balances on the accounting.
Okay, so as stated, the application process, each application has the potential to earn 140 points. Staff accounts for 100 points and our vision committee application counts for 40. So the total combined points will determine the ranking of each application. And again, these are for the 4 eligible funding categories: affordable housing, which is our #1 priority, service, 15% cap, economic development, and then public facilities and improvements. Now we will get into our recommendations. So for affordable housing, our #1 goal, total scores reflect, again, HCD staff and vision committee combined scores for each application. Athens Area Habitat for Humanity ranked #1 for their homeowner occupied rehab and their Renew Athens homeownership program, which is home buyer rehab project. They requested 175,000. Staff is recommending 140,000. Historic Athens ranked #2, requested 178,000 for their homeowner occupied rehab program. Staff is recommending $130,000. Athens Housing Authority in their Act One Homes program requested $301,000. They ranked third, and that is to support their home new construction activities. That's the Savannah Heights developments, along with aid to those Savannah Heights home buyers. We are recommending $130,000. And Athens Land Trust ranked fourth for their affordable housing program. That is also in support of new construction at Dublin Street and Hawthorne Extension developments, including down payment assistance. And they asked for $382,000. Staff is recommending $130,000.
Is it time to ask a question?
Let's go through the whole bit. Then.
Okay, our number 2 goal, public services, provides the supportive services to the community to ensure that needs are met. There is a public service federal cap of 15% on the annual CDBG budget. We cannot exceed that. And if they do not expend it in this year, they lose it and it has to go back to the general pot. It cannot be used for future public service activities. And for the FY26 competition, we maintained the $30,000 minimum request, and we maintained the 25% cash match reduction requirement. My apologies. So we received 7 eligible public service projects. Ranking number 1, Family Promise of Athens for their Family Promise Shelter Program. Supports homelessness, which is actually our number 1 strategy for public service. They requested $36,700. Staff is recommending $36,700. Sparrow's Nest to support, again, strategy number 1 under the public service activity homelessness, to provide supportive services at their day center. They are requesting $40,125. Staff is recommending $40,125. The ARC is requesting $30,000 for their Commonwealth Athens Financial Assistance Program. Staff is recommending $30,000. Georgia Conflict Center is requesting $40,000 to support their Youth Development Violence Prevention Program. The rank number 4, staff is recommending $40,000. And ABHS requested $30,000 to support their homeless assistance program. It's for mainstream benefits. Support of their homeless day service center. They were requesting $30,000. Staff is recommending $30,000. The YWCO and Acceptance Recovery Center both requested $30,000, $45,000 respectively due to minimum funding available. Neither is being recommended for funding at this time. There were 2 applications that were considered ineligible. Neither provided either match at all, or the match verification that they provided was less than the actual 25% requirement. And that was Get Stimulated Foundation and Juvenile Offender Advocate. So neither were under consideration for review. So our neighborhood revitalization plans, NRSA projects include activities of size and scope that can positively impact a certain area. Currently, and for the past 20 years, our nurses have included census tracts 6 and 9 and 301 and 302. HCD is currently working to update our NRSA plan, and we are proposing to remove the Hancock Corridor census tracts and focus on the East Athens census tracts. This plan is under development. We have 2 more community meetings that will take place on the 20th and the 27th to continue to gain feedback. The plan also requires comprehensive data collection. We have to be able to show that the areas qualify based on HUD requirements for LMI benefit under area benefit. And That plan will be completed in May. It will go up for 30-day public comment and review. We will have another follow-up meeting with the East Athens community to show them and allow them to review the proposed plan. And it will come in front of mayor and commission for review and final vote in September. If approved, it will then take effect for our FY27 CDBG application process. Because it's under development, we have to maintain and use the current neighborhood revitalization plan for our funding recommendations for FY26. If you approve it, it will require a substantial amendment to our comp plan that we are prepared to do, not a problem. But the benefit of a NERSA is that it allows us to focus activities that wouldn't otherwise be ineligible. So you have a 15% public service cap. But if you have an active CBDO, Community Business Development Organization, within a NERSA, then they are allowed to carry out public service activities under the economic and neighborhood revitalization umbrella and not be subject to the 15% public service cap. And you're going to see that impact in our future, in the funding recommendations that we're making for economic development. So currently, East Athens has one certified CBDO, Community Business Development Organization, and that is East Athens Development Corporation. And they are being recommended for 3 projects in the approved NERSA, East Athens NERSA at this time. So ranked number 1 is East Athens Development Corporation in partnership with Innovative Healthcare Institute to carry out medical certification and job placement activities. They ranked number 1. They requested $150,000. Staff is recommending $103,000.
Wow.
Goodwill of North Georgia is ranked number 2 for their micro enterprise good biz program. They provide micro enterprise support to new and existing businesses, and micro enterprise is defined as 5 people or less, 5 staff or less. They asked for $64,410. Staff is recommending $50,947. East Athens Development Corporation is requesting $50,000 for their youth economic development program. Again, this is a public service being carried out by a CBDO. They're asking for $50,000. We are recommending $30,000. East Athens Development Corporation is also requesting $50,000 for their Bridging the Gap job coaching program. Again, a public service managed by a CBDO in a NERSA. We are recommending $30,000. Athens Land Trust is requesting $191,848 for their Grow Your Business Micro Enterprise Program. Staff is recommending $48,000, and we received an application from Upwards Care Inc. for their Boost program, which is a micro enterprise program. They requested $112,000. We are not recommending any funding for this program. And finally, our 4th goal is public facilities and improvements. We received an application from the Bigger Vision of Athens requesting $55,000 to do facilities improvements for their bathroom at their homeless shelter. Staff is recommending 0. Unfortunately, with the limited funding, we just did not have the money to stretch to the 4th goal. They have also undergone a change of executive director. It's no longer with them, and they are without a permanent leader at this point. So we would be concerned about investing $55,000 until there's someone in place that would be able to manage this project. And then again, the annual action plan schedule. Our funding recommendations will go in front of Mayor Commission. On April 15th, we will publish a public notice with our funding recommendations on April 20th. To begin the public review period and public comment period starting on April 21st. You will vote on these funding recommendations on May 6th, and we will initiate contracting beginning May 7th. And because of our con plan submission deadline of June 24th, that's when we will submit it. And then the funding will begin, the programs will begin July 1st, 2025.
Any CDBG questions before we move on to the community programming? Rabina?
I don't even know, because I think we should probably get each section separately, but I don't know where this goes under CDBG, but it is on, let's see. It's under the affordable housing request and recommendations. And and my question is about the Athens Habitat for brushes with kindness.
Mhm.
And what is AMI homeowner?
AIM. That is their, they used to call it eHeart. It's their handicap accessibility program.
Okay, so this is not the bike club.
No, ma'am. This is all specific to homeowner occupied rehab and to rehab of homeowner units.
Okay, I just thought they added another thing.
No, ma'am. The Brushes with Kindness is their homeowner rehab. AIM homeowner rehab is specific to handicap accessibility improvements for rehab. And then again, they have homeowner units that need to be rehabbed so that they can be sold to a low-income homeowner.
And I see now, and I'm very happy to see, Sparrow's Nest, receiving funding. And I know at least 4 years ago, there was a question because they had a religious status. So that has changed. 4 years ago,
We have funded them for the past 3 years.
I said 4.
Oh, I don't, did they?
It was.
Okay, yeah, the federal guidelines allow you to award funding to an entity that is religious. However, the activities cannot be tied to a religious
Okay,
event. So as long as the services are neutral and provided to everybody, we are able to fund them.
okay, well, that was, okay, so that's good to clear up. And I am very alarmed to hear that you have decided to, I'm on neighborhood revitalization plans.
Mhm.
Well, 2 things. One, you're going to phase out Hancock Corridor as one of the tracks for revitalization,
Yes, ma'am.
and tell me why.
They do not have an active CBDO. So
So here we go again. So because there's not an active CDO, we're going to take where services are needed at in that area. I guess I have a problem.
it doesn't mean that we won't do activities that will take place in the Hancock corridor. It just simply means that we won't attempt to allocate or specify that a certain amount of our funding will go into that area because there's no CBDO to carry it out.
And that's a federal requirement.
Yes.
For getting beyond that 50% cap.
Correct. We can't do public services in that Hancock corridor because we do not have a certified CBDO to carry them out.
So my question is then HCD, have you made any efforts to make sure or to see if we could get a CDO in that area?
We have had many conversations with the former certified CBDO, and he is
The former,
Alvin Sheets. It's the Hancock.
okay.
And he has not been interested in CDBG funding or in recertifying as a
Okay.
CBDO.
Well, then okay. And then the other question, for our listeners, could you say what NARSA stands for?
NERSA, Neighborhood Revitalization Strategy Area.
And I said that was my last. So my question now is the input that you are talking that needs to accompany this report that you're developing. The meetings that were held at East Athens earlier this week or last week, whatever it was that the input session then?
No, we had 6 focus group meetings. So we were trying to get feedback generally from business owners, community agencies, religious leaders, education leaders. So we were doing 6, we did 6 focus groups. And now we have 2 more community meetings on the 20th and the 27th.
And I guess my thought is here, these meetings were set up, but I don't think nobody really understood what those meetings, there was some miscommunication on what the intent was for the meetings. That turned out to be pretty rough. Because I think people came in there, first of all, they didn't know what they were coming to. And now this has gotten swirled around with your project, not your project, the project of the Vine and Peter Street project.
We have no connection to that.
And it is causing some real confusion in the community. And I went to one of them at the last minute getting a call. And nobody knew why they were there.
Well, because the focus groups were not meant for the general public. We had very specific attendants that we invited who were either a pastor at a church or they owned a business in East Athens. So those focus groups weren't intended for the general public.
It
The
wasn't.
two meetings on the 20th and the 27th are the ones that are for residents and for anyone in East Athens that wants to attend and provide that feedback.
And Linda or Andrew, let me just ask, do we have a published agenda for those, just so that folks can understand?
For the.
Yes.
Yeah, we have minutes from the focus groups that can be shared. If I might, two areas of reflection about nursery development. So first, I want to go on record. The nurses will be, what this body approves them to be, as long as they're legal with the HUD requirements. So there will be no changes from what this body has already previously approved about 20 years ago, unless you all say, yes, make these changes. And they will be informed by community input and more recent analysis of how land and economic activity and people are interacting in space. As I look at it, there's been two areas where we can do better. One, to your point, Commissioner, we probably could have primed the pump a little better. Could have worked with communications and shared information a little clearer ahead of time. And I know from my brief time working in this space, it's hard to divorce the language of HUD, who beats us over the head with regulations, and just talk to people. And talk to people not like we're HUD. Then the second thing is a reflection on the manager's office, which is, I knew that the NERSA discussion was coming forward. I didn't read the room, if you will. I didn't think to update you all. And that really is a reflection, A, on my own shortcomings, and B, just the overall staffing of the manager's office. It's one of those things that as you have more people focused on fewer functions, are more likely to get this information and not be caught off guard. But certainly, I'm willing to catch you all off guard. We can do better with the community.
I'm still trying to figure out and I'm going back to what Ms. Lloyd has said, that there's two more meetings. And from the meeting that I went to, I was wondering why commissioners didn't have wasn't a focus group. And I understand, based on the facilitator, we were going to be in another group, but what you're just saying is not the same thing. So half these commissioners don't even know what we're talking about. And we're the ones who have to vote. I would not have known if I didn't get a call. So if the commissioners don't know what's going on, and then you're going to come back and ask us to vote for something, that's not good policy.
We would bring the entire plan in front of you in a work
No,
session.
we don't want no plans. We want to be part of the conversations. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And it doesn't make no sense for my fellow commissioners not to know what I know and expect to vote on something. I mean, Commissioner right here is saying, this looks good. I'm like, it ain't good. It ain't good. So,
I mean, it's a 20-year-old plan, which is why we're in the process of trying to update it, so it makes sense to today.
To our lack of information trickling down and the confusion of two different scenarios going on now. That's all I'm saying. So I'm good. You've answered all my questions. I think that,
And Commissioner, while obviously there's some more public input to be had, just direct you to your email from last week where the manager sort of outlined the coming work. Carol.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sense of it. So we have this all, this is the neighborhood revitalization plans and these maps are on page 34. And we're going out through the CDBG money, and we just talked about the public service requests and recommendations. And then we have the slide with the neighborhood revitalization plans. Is that part of the next part, economic development? And two, would it make sense, like, is the wording underneath, is this where it's relevant that this is, so that wasn't like clear to me, it was just like existing there. But it says the NARSA projects include activities of sufficient size and scope to positively impact a geographical area and allow HC to allocate public services to support economic development, which is the next thing, and neighborhood revitalization activities, which are not subject to the 15% public service. So are these revitalization areas here, in a sense, it could have had this under, like you could have taken the heading economic development requests or requests and put that white band above the maps as well, because it's relevant to the economic development. And it's the why this is important is these map areas are important is because you can, they're not subject to the 15% public service cap. I mean, so I'm trying to make it make sense in this presentation and understanding this. Can you help me with that?
We just did this slide first before economic development so that we could really call out that these activities are specific to being carried out by a community-based development organization.
Right.
In that defined area. And then you go and then you see that you have 3 starred
Right.
activities that are specific to the approved NERSA being carried out by a CBD, a certified.
But that didn't, that the NERSA maps don't apply to the affordable housing and public service ones. This is only for the economic development in general, according to.
If a certified CBDO wanted to apply for CDBG funding to carry out affordable housing activities,
Yeah.
they could.
Okay,
We just haven't gotten any.
okay.
But so in answer to you, yes, the NERSA could include affordable housing activities, public facilities activities.
Okay.
But we haven't received anything from the CBDO in the East Athens NERSA asking for money for anything except economic development.
And those are the only organizations that can get, the CBDOs are the only ones who can get, that are not subject to the 50% public service
Yes.
cap.
Ma'am.
Okay.
Yep.
But this could have been in the other areas as well, if there had been recommendations from, I guess, the East Athens. Okay, got it.
Yeah, CBDO can actually carry out, they're the only entity that can carry out development of affordable housing with CDBG. They're the only ones. And that is a part of the NERSA plan. We have not received any of those types of applications, so we can't recommend that type of activity because it's not in front of us. But if they were to apply for it, it would be an eligible activity because this established NERSA.
Other CDBG questions?
I have
Melissa and Dexter.
Yeah, so Ovita kind of asked some of my concerns about the impact corridor no longer being a NERSA. And y'all answered those, with the idea that the one CBDO organization is no longer interested in carrying out these activities. Would it be possible for another organization to step up and get certified? What does it take to get certified?
They have to have a very specific board set up and they have to function in a specific way. I don't know right off the top of my head, but we have provided that information in the past. If an agency wanted to be a CBDO, once they meet that minimum criteria, then they can apply. We would certify them based on their meeting these requirements and when they apply for the.
Do they have to be located within the footprint?
They have to be located within the footprint. And another thing is we're atypical having 2 NERSAs. Most jurisdictions never have more than one. And the purpose is that you want to focus your funding into an area for the purpose of economic revitalization and neighborhood revitalization. So you don't want to spread your money too thin. If you can focus it on an area, that's the intent. So that's what we're trying to do, is the heart of what a NERSA means in the first place, which is really focusing on an area and trying to put as much funding into that area as possible.
And so these nurses are defined by the census tract boundaries, correct?
You can have very specific neighborhoods that you want to focus on within the census tracts. And that's what we're trying to figure out now with the getting community feedback is, where do you want us to focus within? But it's still based on census tracts, and they have to be contiguous.
Dexter, Tiffany, and then back to Avita.
Okay, thank you. Several years ago, I mentioned about, when we do these, funding that, let's see some data. I've been looking, I can't find any data. What we gave out last year, what happened with those particular organizations to now. Is there any way I can find that data so I can?
Yes, sir. When you get the agendas, attachment 2 is your performance. It will give you the performance of every agency that was funded in the past and what they actually did, how much they spent, how many people they served based on their goals. So that will be an attachment 2, and we provide that every year. We are working on dashboards to try to get.
I went to the dashboard, I got asked me to.
We have the public service is finally finished. It's unfortunate. It's not been as easy as we hoped it would be, but we are working with our budget and strategic analysis department to get the affordable housing economic development dashboards up so that you can do a quick shot of this is how much they've spent and this is how many people they've served. But that is an attachment 2 of the agenda, provides all that performance data.
Like I stated earlier, we need to tell our story. And so people know, Commissioner Tay talking about being transparent about how we're spending these dollars and who benefited from those dollars and what type of outcomes. Oh, yeah.
Tiffany.
Yeah, the mainstream specialist, mainstream benefit specialist, is that a position for the, homeless day center?
Yes.
And also, how does developers, access the funds from the Affordable Housing Fund? Is there like a application process?
Yeah, we do an application release are you talking about CDBG or homes?
CDBG?
Yes, every October we do an application release.
Those are my questions.
And those are due around December 1st. Is that right?
They're due in November, the late November, and then we start the evaluation process. And then we always bring that in front of you anytime between February and March.
Thank you.
My question is going back to the certification. I totally would not want to support Leighton Hancock, whatever that looks like. But you said that another entity could apply. I can't understand why Alvin wouldn't want to be certified like that. But we know that Dr. Maddox has a leadership group in Rock Springs in that area. And I know she would be really upset if that just went away when there is an organized group already functioning as an advisory board. So I'm glad that you said it because we need to at least address it. And if nobody steps up, that's different, but just to shut it down because one person wants to, the poverty is in both. I know you don't want to spread yourself so thin, but you have the west side poverty and the east side. So that would be.
And just keep in mind, we still do fund projects that serve the Hancock Corridor 6 and 9. It doesn't stop just because they're not a defined NERSA. It just means.
At the table though, it makes a difference, okay?
Would you like to see that HUD criteria that you might be?
Yes, yeah.
I'd like to see it too.
Okay.
Get that to everybody.
Sure.
All right. Anything else before we move on to the community partnership program?
So If you all recall, in our prior budgets, we used to have agency funding. And over time, that started to go to various agencies that were nonprofits and not quasi-government for very honorable purposes. But it wasn't always there wasn't equal access, and equal opportunity and transparency around those decisions. And so a couple of years ago, you all set forth a change, which was the community partnership program. So this is the recommendation for award of potential general fund dollars for work in the community. And HCD will update you on that.
Thank you, Andrew. So again, this is a relatively new program, so I'm going to walk you through the inception of the Community Partnership Program, or CPP as we lovingly call it. Explain to you how the Vision Committee reviewed all the applications and ultimately present to you the proposals and funding recs. So as Andrew said, this is a relatively new program. The discussion started in early 2023 when this body was discussing the FY24 budget. The manager's office proposed this new concept of the CPP program to you all with the idea of providing general funds grants to eligible community partners that were essentially doing activities in support of the ACC Gov strategic plan. And again, the competitive process piece of it is pretty important there. In December of 23, this body approved the program process and sort of the concept piece for FY25 budget year and beyond. In May of 24, you all awarded funding to 13 agencies totaling almost $900,000. And then as part of the FY25 budget process, you allocated about $1 million of general funds that would count towards FY26 CPP. So that's the amount of money that we've been sort of playing with there. Now, a lot of the eligible activities for CPP do overlap slightly with what you just heard Melinda talk about with CDBG, but it's again very specific to what the ACC Gov strategic plan is trying to do. Specifically under community services, we have neighborhood revitalization activities, poverty reduction, economic strength activities, intervention and prevention. And then on the homelessness side of things, we've got case management activities as being eligible. Note there is a caveat for any agency applying for that specific category. They have to assist with the annual point in time count and be an active member of the Athens Homeless Coalition. Those are the only activities that are eligible for CPP funding. The Vision Committee plays a much bigger role in this process than they do with CDBG. In fact, it is Vision Committee that reviews every single application, ranks every application, and ultimately comes up with the funding recommendations. I'm here merely to present to you. HCD staff, we are there in a supportive capacity, guiding them through the process, answering questions, making sure that everything we received is actually legible to begin with. This year, we had 7 members of the Vision Committee actually participating in this process. They also follow a pretty strict rating criteria, much like with our other funding sources. It is a possible 100 points. It is broken down, as you see here on the screen, with the largest chunk of that, 45 points, being focused on outcomes and performance. Again, trying to make sure that they have the ability to meet those goals. The next section is financial ability, how they're going to use that funding, cost per participant, whether or not they have diverse funding sources, followed by community involvement, and then their organizational and staff capacity and ability. So a snapshot, again, we were working with $1 million as stated in last year's budget. In October of 24, we received 31 applications totaling almost $3.6 million. In case you're curious, last year we received 15 applications for slightly over $1 million in requests. Descent Inc. did withdraw their application in January, just citing that they have other funding and other programs that they prefer to focus on. So that took us down to a total request of $3.47 million. Again, that leaves a funding gap of $2.47 million and change. So quite a lot of interest this year, which you will see reflected here in our funding recommendations.
How many partners, how many applications were there last year?
Last year, 17.
Almost doubled.
Almost doubled in number of applications. Funding requests, it's almost triple dollar-wise. The breakdown of activity type is pretty similar as what we saw last year. The majority of them going towards intervention and prevention activities, followed by poverty reduction and economic strength. And then homelessness, we got 5 applications and 3 for neighborhood revitalization. Again, the dollar requests more or less reflect those numbers of applications. So now we're going to get into the actual funding recommendations as provided by the Vision Committee.
Before you get into that, just in terms of the process, it's the Vision Committee that is doing this ranking.
Yes.
Do they meet together or do they just do this online?
Yeah, so it starts off as an online process. They have access to all of the full applications, everything from the proposed budget, the narrative, the goals. They also have access to performance to date through December of 2024, I guess at that point. So they rank the applications doing an online system, and then we came together in February during a public meeting. The recording is actually available online, where they just sat down and discussed their rankings, and ultimately through a lively discussion, they came to this one with recommendations. But yeah, thank you. I meant to mention that earlier. So again, lots of applications, not enough money. So on this first slide, you can see the top 12 applications ranked there in order from 1 to 12. These are the ones that are ultimately being recommended for funding. The amounts all the way on the right column, they add up to $1 million. So it's a little hard to see on the screen, but 8 of those 12 are agencies that also received funding last year for similar programs in about the similar amount. We start off there at the top with the Athens Area Diaper Bank for diaper distribution via healthcare orgs. They asked for $50,000. They're being recommended for that same amount. The Athens Area Homeless Shelter asked for $220,000 for their shelter operations and programs. They're being recommended at 100%. Sparrow's Nest, for their Breaking the Cycle program, they requested $40,000, being recommended at 100%. Downtown Ministries, this is a new application for this year for the Our Daily Bread Community Kitchen. They requested $106 and $221. They're being recommended for $104,566, so just slightly less of their full request. United Way of Northeast Georgia for their 211 program, they requested $24,400. They're being recommended at 100%. Acceptance Recovery Center for their Indigent Funds program, they are recommended for $15,900, which is the request. Project Safe, their high-risk team advocates, recommended at their full request, which is $100,134. Books for Keeps, another one of those new applications this year for their spring book distributions. They requested $70,000. They're being recommended $50,000. Athens Land Trust for their Young Urban Builders program, they requested $100,000 and are being recommended at that same amount, $100,000. Bigger Vision of Athens requested $45,000 for their Abundant Life program. They're being recommended at 100%. And the last two here on the list, Salvation Army, they requested $200,000 for their homelessness prevention program, recommended for $100,000. And Family Promise of Athens for their eviction prevention program, requested $200,000, being recommended for $150,000. So these are the top 12 as ranked by the Vision Committee. These are the 12 that they're actually recommending funding for. So yeah, do you want to do questions there?
Let's finish this and then hang on to your questions till we're done with this piece.
The next 2 slides are just the remainder of the 30 applications that got ranked that are not being recommended for funding. I could go through these line by line, but you can also see them on the screen. You'll see here there are 3 agencies that received funding last year that are not recommended this year. Those are the Neighborhood Health Center, Georgia Conflict Center, and Juvenile Offender Advocates. And then the last slide is again those sort of the bottom of the list, if you will. You can see here that Vision Athens was ranked number 23 out of 30 and not being recommended for funding. You can see there all the way at the bottom, Destined Inc.'s application was not scored because they withdrew their application before scoring actually began in earnest. So lots of conversation this year. Our CPP voting schedule is basically a month ahead of CDBG and home. We are here today on March 11th session. We'll be at the agenda setting on March 18, hoping for your vote on this on April 1st, so that we can initiate contracting within the next couple days. And again, this is tied to the fiscal year. So the actual funding will be available July 1 of 2025 through June 30th of 2026. And with that, happy to answer any questions.
Start with Patrick and then go to Dexter.
Yes, thank you for this. At the last vision meeting, does the group and y'all discuss these programs? Some of these programs are, yeah.
There are a lot in here, yes. Staff only serves in a facilitating capacity. If they want us to pull up an application to give them the information that's provided in the application, we'll do that. But we have nothing to do with the conversation as far as who to consider and how much to consider funding.
Would it be too much? I know none of this. Can we get these applications or get data or information on all those who applied?
You want summaries?
Yeah.
That's going to be attachment to the agenda.
Okay. So 2 weeks, a week. Thank you.
If you want anything else, just let us know. But yeah, that we always give you summaries and performance tables in attachment 2.
Dexter, Carol, Dexter, Ovita, Carol, Melissa.
Thank you, Mayor. So just curious, you had 3 the application, that did not make the cut that made previously. What was different? I mean, did something change within the application request where these organizations did not get? So what was different? What's different?
Honestly, the amount of competition was a big difference. Again, last year we got 17 applications. You funded 13. This year we got 30 applications. Only 12 were being recommended. The application itself stayed the same. We did make some tweaks to the wording of some questions just to make it clearer and easier for agencies, but nothing changed other than just a number of applicants. Well, and last year, some of the awardees were CDO based. It wasn't actually funded recommendations from the Vision Committee. They were CDOs from this body.
And so we still have that ability now?
Always.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, and I understand about the competition, but I guess when you're grading, I guess.
Yeah. And again, the grading of, this formula, if you will, this rating criteria remained the same this year from last year. Of course, the composition, if you will, of the Vision Committee, there were some changes between members, especially the nature of these boards. So that is another difference that could have impacted it. I think it's really just the amount of applications we received. I will note that several of the agencies that applied this year were actual graduates of the Cultivating Nonprofit Capacity in Athens program or nonprofit capacity. So we're really excited to see them out there. So again, I think that's part of what HCD has been tasked to do, to really reach out to the smaller agencies, empower them, and kind of give them that comprehensive technical assistance to apply. So I think that also drove up the number of applications, which is what we wanted to see, right?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So how many have gone to the program that did apply? Did I miss that?
CNC Athens, it's in my notes. It was 4 or 5 of them. Let me pull them up. I can tell you right now. Juvenile offender advocate. Encourage Her, Destined, that pulled out, Sheet Social Services. And I'm sorry if I'm forgetting one of you. Y'all are watching. Georgia Conflict Center was also very active in that program. So 5 and Farm to Neighborhood. Yeah, Farm to Neighborhood.
So I think this is really for the commission. To me, I do not really support this. I'll just go on record, but I go with the majority and wish it well. I'm not going to badmouth. But when we come up with new projects like this, we should have a lot of information going along. This should have been a pilot program we should evaluate it as commissioners. Now to come back and have to budget this, and because people think, that, once you fund it, that's it. But if it's not working or not getting the data, and that's what we seem to keep missing is data. Now, if you go back to, what did you, the eligible activities. All of the eligible activities are also being done by other agencies.
These are activities that support the ACC Gov strategic plan. That's where we kind of pulled it from. Existing agencies, whether they have been funded by this body in the past or not, there are a lot of them that do these kinds of activities.
Well,
yes.
my big thing is, it seems like, and I'll give you a perfect example, the neighborhood leaders. The neighborhood leaders are supposed to be doing a lot of this that is under eligible activities. So it looks like we are duplicating services unless you could show us documentation and data where all these groups are connecting at some point. There should be a point place where homeless one, wasn't it? Something up there, homeless?
Yeah, homelessness on the right.
Okay. How does that group work with the Homeless Coalition? And how does they work with the Sparrow's Nest? There needs to be able, in my opinion, that we show we're not duplicating services, but we are showing where things are connecting and we're seeing where outcomes are changing. We're putting more money into homeless things. Homeless situation is not getting any better. So we need more data. I need more data.
But in the homeless context, we'll obviously hear about that in just a couple of minutes, but certainly
Well,
in other service areas.
That was the example I gave, but I feel that way about all of it. And I don't think that I'm being the best steward when I cannot explain why this group is doing the same thing this group is doing, and we're not seeing a change. That's my point. So, so we got to vote on this, right?
On April 1st, it's being brought, if it gets in the agenda, it's being brought to you.
Well, I hope commissioners that next year that we start setting up some clear criteria how we evaluate things, especially when it's a new project. We should not assume that it should require ongoing funding just because we pilot it this time and don't have the data to back it up.
Well, and just a reminder, when we released this money in FY25, we only had 550,000. It was through CDO that it was increased to 875,000 for FY25, and then additional money committed for FY26 to bring it up to $1 million. So,
well, I was like I said, at one of those CDOs, I support it, and I still support it, and I see they're not getting funded, so I'll do another CDO this time. But my point is still this. If the commission is making bad decisions or not making decisions, we should be having those conversations to let them know what's what.
A few more commissioners to get to. I've got Carol, Melissa, Tiffany, Patrick.
Yeah, the evaluation was done on this from the vision committee. And there were 7 of the 9 people. There's one thing about the committee, but there must be a chart, like with the numbers on, like for each of those categories.
yes.
Can we get that without the names of the people, of course?
Yes.
And then, so we can see there, that the second thing in terms of that committee meets, this is really their primary function along with the work that they do with the CDBG. There's 2 people who didn't participate. Do we have anything like, I assume, this is, if the people didn't participate, I would assume with some exceptions, maybe someone has some medical emergency that comes up. But unless that, it would seem that if someone is on their first year or the second year, that should be a reason for not continuing if they weren't able to do this. Because this is a big responsibility, and that is 7 people. but I'd like to see the scoring chart so I can see how much discrepancy there was among that. And then continuing on that, in the discussion among these people, you said there was some party discussion. Was there any, like significant highlights of that without, of course, I would go back and watch the.
Yes, it's definitely, it's watching, I think. Again, we received over $3 million worth of requests. They only had $1 million to allocate. So a lot of the discussion was just like, what do we do? Do we fund everybody with a little bit of money? Or do we try to focus it to try to, if you notice, let me go back here. If you notice, the majority of those top 12, the majority of them got 100% of their requests, which means they're going to be able to carry out the program as proposed, right? Once you start cutting budgets, that's where you run into a little bit of a challenge there. There was they had questions for us, for staff, specific to some details of the actual proposals, like kind of reminders, right? Like, wait, what was this program about? There was some concern, if I remember correctly, about, well, do we have to fund the agencies that got funding last year? So it wasn't necessarily one agency, like it wasn't as
Contentious.
yes,
Yeah.
it was more of a, how can we be the best stewards of this money? Like, how can we best represent the needs of the community and really give the funding to the agencies that have shown to have the capacity and ability to carry out these programs?
And following up, this is a program that we implemented. This is the second year. we're
This
doing
is the
it,
second year.
to replace the independent agency funding, which we felt wasn't a transparent process.
Correct.
Of course, Auditor Hassemer has recently looked at this range of programs, given his audit work and his office's work. And so I know he wanted to make a quick observation.
Just real quickly, I think the conversation is obviously productive and going in the right direction. Everyone's thinking of what they should be right now at this point, but I'll just direct you to the audit that was literally accepted last Tuesday by this body, that one of the main findings coming out of this was, when awarding these funds, whether CPP or CDBG or anything, to look at the efficiency of these awards in terms of the number of awards and the size of the award, which may come to the detriment of just giving everyone something versus narrowing and strategically pinpointing which ones should get it. And also the capacity of the organizations to actually handle the money, because the flip side of that, what we observed in the audit is the technical assistance and the level of it that then has to be provided on a daily basis by staff, which then burdens them from doing other things. So just good conversation to have on the point of Commissioner Myers.
And just as an illustration, if you got $15,000 out of a program like this or CDBG, you would spend more than $15,000 worth of labor enumerating your work and documenting things, and so it wouldn't be worth it. So it's a fair point.
I might also add, because this is coming up for an April vote, and it sounds like there's some interest in perhaps a discussion of a commission to fund option. It's a bit non-traditional that you all are considering a vote on funding before you've adopted a budget, because this is for FY26. So as you craft a CDO, this $1 million benchmark was based off of a prior CDO that you all issued, and that's what we've been working on for budget development. Any increase beyond that, you need to be thinking about, is that something you would add as a new initiative into a budget that is quite tight?
Right. Listen,
Yeah, the previous programs, we had people apply for awards and they got partially funded. This one, most of those awardees got the full request amount, and you talked about the documentation and everything. But some of these are some pretty big amounts. Was there any talk about for partial funding to expand the awards? Maybe I should go watch that meeting.
Yeah, that was part of the discussion. It's basically like how low on the list of ranking did they want to go? Like if they had gone down to say the top 15, then with the limited money, a lot of those agencies would not receive the full request. To Gavin's point, like that's also kind of what we were recommending. It's always focusing on
how much can agencies actually do with a reduced budget?
Well, it was also my understanding in initiating this program, the idea was to award funding that would kind of get a program up its speed and they could possibly qualify for lower amounts, kind of, and be able to stand on their own. Do you see any of that going on here? I'm trying to figure out which of these programs are actually continuations from the awards last year.
The ones that are in bold, and I know it's kind of hard to see.
Most of them are.
So 8 out of the top 12 are repeats, if you will. They got something in FY 25 at about the same amount.
Yeah.
We can get you exact amounts, but it wasn't a significant difference there.
See, that's my
It's just kind of
concern.
what they-
Like, I feel like, if you were awarded last year, you kind of consider that seed money and you start drawing back. That might allow us.
Well, and if that's what you wanted, you could put that's what, one of the criteria that you want is that when you apply multiple years, it has to be at a decrease from the prior year. That has not been a criteria that we stipulated because we were not instructed to do so. But if that is a direction you wanted to consider, then that's certainly something that could be added to the application process.
We want to make that explicit though, just so that was
Yeah,
clear.
absolutely.
Among us and clear among potential recipients too. And there've been some CDBG cycles where sort of that
It used to be that way.
Yeah, that's,
was the norm. 5, 8, 10 years ago.
maybe a CDO could be approached in that manner and bring some of these, because I noticed the ones that's, at the top of the list that didn't take it were not awarded last year either, so.
Got Tiffany and Patrick and then back to Peter.
So I remember, when we approached Williams, former manager Williams, about, creating or the capacity building and what was the mission. And from my understanding, kind of like the thought of teaching a man to fish. And so with all of the conversation that's been had, what I wrote down kind of doesn't work with what I want to say now. Because I didn't realize that there was a repeat. The bold ones were repeats because when I looked through, I saw other organizations who went through the program who didn't get funding this time because my mind, I just assumed, well, that's the purpose. But I do agree. I agree with Commissioner Thornton. And I also agree with Gavin. And please forgive me, me and Allison are trying to figure out how do we pronounce your last name?
Escasima.
You were right. I put an N in it.
You can put whatever you want.
But you say that, what?
No, so, but what I wanted to say is that, I think the purpose of this was to teach these organizations how to be self-sufficient. I don't want the public to feel like, there is a duplication of services. But we do have a lot of nonprofits in Clarke County and a lot of them overlap. I just think that there should be, and to Melissa's point, maybe something out there to that point or to that aspect, like, hey, this is to get you started.
And Commissioner, I want to stop for a second because I just want to make sure there's no confusion between this and a separate capacity building program that's not CPP. We have a separate capacity building program.
Which
that
was like
different than
encourage
this.
her in.
Yeah, the CNC Athens was funded with ARPA money. It was a totally different program, but the point was to help them build capacity and learn how to become more competitive for this type of process. But this application is independent of that CNC Athens
Okay,
capacity building program.
okay.
I will say we were really excited to see 6 of our CNC Athens participants even apply. Several of them in conversations, they said that they hadn't even felt confident enough to apply to begin with. So we're seeing that as a really good outcome of that capacity building program. The fact that they even applied.
Yeah.
They may not have been selected for funding this year, but it doesn't mean that they're not going to learn from this round for the next year.
And prior to this process, you saw a few agencies, the same ones getting funding every year through that discretionary funding. And what this has done is opened it up to a much broader group of nonprofits to apply for assistance. Now, one thing you will see is that we typically don't recommend funding if the same project has applied for both CDBG and CPP. If we think if they're being recommended for CPP funding, typically we would not recommend them for CDBG. So there's not that overlap and duplication.
I just also, I don't want to see the information or the fact that these organizations or certain organizations like within the homeless sector use the fact that they received this funding, whether it's the first time they received it, to kind of position themselves. And just to be transparent, I'm speaking about the WODA application and how we do have some of our homeless providers in that application that was submitted before a lot of stuff in the application said that it was done. And I just don't want this body to approve things or, look and say, well, it's great work because it is great work, but I just don't want it to be used in a way to misrepresent what the community needs are in certain areas and what they're doing in certain areas, because sometimes it doesn't overlap.
Yeah, and just to be clear, everything that comes through HCD comes in front of this commission for approval. All we can do is make funding recommendations. You approve them or you do a CDO. We don't make any funding recommendations on our own. That one specific project I want on record, we did not hear about that project until it came to the GIT committee to be considered for the GIT point. That was the first that we have ever heard of it. I want it clear, HCD has no connection to the WODA project. We have not funded it. We do not do public engagement for private entities ever. We only do public engagement for our activities. But there are plenty of agencies that they can make their own decisions to do whatever they want to do external of us.
Right.
And we don't have any part of that process. The only thing that we have a part of is when it is attached to our funding, which again, comes in front of this body to make the final decision. So I want that on the record. HCD has no connection to the proposed WODA project at all.
Thank you.
Patrick?
I answered my own question. I was gonna, so we get the agenda this Friday and then we will have the agenda setting that next Tuesday. I just wanna make sure I have enough time to get those attachments. But anyway, thank you.
Thanks. And Avita?
Is there funding through HCD for technical assistance?
That is,
Funding going whole for Kansas, is that about?
That's where a lot of, do you mean for staff to provide technical assistance agencies?
we do that.
Yes, we do that every day comprehensively. I would say that sometimes 60-70% of my day is spent on technical assistance.
That's a part of our planning and admin. If you're talking about to the level of the CNC Athens, where we actually have a program, you funded that initial with ARPA money, and we have a little bit that has been approved to carry out less strenuous supportive activities. But once that money is gone, we have no formal funding source to support capacity buildings, training activities for our nonprofits.
Outside of the regular
What we
agencies
just
calling
do.
us for regular.
And I know I've heard from, I think probably both of you and some of your predecessors in the past, that you encourage that.
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
CDBG funding is opening October 1st. You want and encourage, sit down, because sometimes there are elements that people think might be beneficial that you recognize from past work might not be as beneficial, or they may want to take a slightly different route with their work.
I would really like to start, with the community folks that are giving up their time to evaluate applications, to make sure that, or encourage them to look at data. I don't know where the success is, with any of these projects. But data and being able to support these projects is important. So I don't know if it's all narrative.
They received, so they received the full applications for FY '26, and they also received performance to date for the FY '25 programs up until December 31st, because that was kind of just the timing. So they had that data at their.
Okay, so they.
And same
For
for
the
CDBG.
Yeah.
Okay.
They are provided, if that agency was funded in the past, they get past performance documentation so that they are basic, because that's part of their actual review process is past performance.
Okay.
So yes, they do get that.
It's actually, I was looking for, just to follow up on that, because I was wondering what that matrix was. It's actually 45% is supposed to be based on outcomes and performance.
Yes.
So hopefully they're basing that on something.
Yes. If it was someone who was awarded in the past, if they received funding before, then we're able to provide them with up-to-date performance information. But you do have a lot of those applications, there was no performance data to give them. They had to provide their own based on programs they're already operating,
But they,
because we had no
Right.
history to provide.
but they still had to provide some.
Yes, they have to provide it.
All right. Appreciate it, everyone. Thank you so very much. All right. Does anybody need just a quick break? Let's take literally 5 minutes and no more. We'll be back in our seats quarter after. to be sharing some information with us. First of those, the Athens Coalition. And I think Melinda Lord is going to introduce Michael Bean, who will then introduce some staff that he's had growing in the time since we saw him last. Go ahead, Melinda.
So this is the Athens Homeless Coalition presentation, annual performance presentation. Executive Director Michael Bean will go through where the Homeless Coalition came from, where it is, and where it's going. I will hand it over to Michael.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you all for the opportunity to talk about the Athens Homeless Coalition and the work that we're doing. Today is March 11th. So these are the things I'll be covering today. Really, in a nutshell, the purpose of the Athens Homeless Coalition is to remove barriers and improve access for people experiencing homelessness, individuals and families, and get into long-term, stable, high-quality housing. At the same time, we're also interested in prevention, which means preventing people from being evicted or removed from their homes and entering homelessness. Homeless Coalition's mission is to lead, coordinate, and strengthen our community's efforts to reduce, prevent, and respond to the challenges of homelessness. There are a lot of service providers and a lot of organizations that work on an individual and family level, providing direct care. We're here to address the community level and system level issues that are factors related to homelessness. We do have an active board. Our board is a working board. We have working committees that get a lot of the work done and also support our staff. At the time that I submitted this slide, we had 9 current members. Since then, we've had a board meeting in which additional members were elected, and now I think we're at maximum capacity for our board. So our board is fully staffed.
How many is that?
I believe it's 15.
15, awesome.
I'd like to introduce my staff is here today. I'm Michael. I've been working with the coalition for just about 8 months. Claire is here with us. She is our community data coordinator. Her role is to coordinate and run our coordinated entry program, which I'll speak about in a few minutes, but also to aggregate and synthesize all of the different data sources that are in Athens to better understand the scale and scope of homelessness. Each agency keeps their own data and their own records, but there's not a whole lot of sharing and community level understanding of homelessness besides our point in time account. Claire's been with us for about 3 months. Behind me is Michael Moss. He has been with us for just about a month. He is our community engagement coordinator. His role is to work with people with the lived experience of homelessness and engage and empower those individuals to guide our work in a meaningful way. So to amplify their voices, to share not just with the coalition, but also with some of the people in this room and share sort of what their experiences are, navigating the systems, day-to-day perspectives and recommendations. We're funded by ARPA through December of 2026. You can see our drawdown here. We expect to be spending more money in the coming months. Now that we're fully staffed, finally, that will draw down. You can see what some of our expenses have been over the last year. Expenses will be office space, and also this year we plan to kick off our flexible housing fund, which I'll speak to in a moment, and that will spend down some of our funds to directly assist individuals and families. So now I'll speak about our coordinated entry program. Coordinated entry is a system to assess individuals and families experiencing homelessness for what programs they're eligible for, their level of vulnerability and some of their needs, to more efficiently reroute them and refer them to the appropriate services and the appropriate housing programs. So up till now, Athens and all of Georgia and really most of the country has been using a coordinated entry system. It's mandatory by HUD. We've been using a system that's been in existence since the 1990s. In a lot of ways, it's outdated. It's not trauma informed. There are some equity issues associated with the existing tool and the existing system. So we're completely overhauling and upgrading our coordinated entry system. And so Claire and one of our board members has been working really diligently to create a new, from the ground up, customized coordinated entry tool and system specific to Athens, our needs, and what resources we have available. The new system is more efficient, it's more equitable, and also it's user-friendly. And that third bullet's really important because what we want to do is expand our reach to engage people experiencing homelessness beyond just the typical traditional HUD-funded homeless service providers, to include schools, hospitals, clinics, police department, sheriff's office, faith-based organizations. Upgrading this coordinated entry system does improve the continuum of care competitiveness, which helps our COC get more funds. So the tool is finished, and we've also envisioned a case staffing conference. We have that scheduled and we have that ready to go. We just want to get legal review to make sure that we're following all the laws and regulations and that we are being mindful and legal when it comes to working with vulnerable populations and collecting information on vulnerable. In August, after I'd been with the coalition for just a couple months, I applied for a state program called the Georgia Supportive Housing Institute. Permanent supportive housing is considered the gold standard solution for homelessness, particularly for individuals and families who are the most vulnerable and have the highest level of needs, including people with disabilities, veterans, people with severe and persistent mental illness. It's a two-tiered approach to provide quality, affordable housing as needed, and also customized, person-centered, community-based supportive services. So in filling out that application, I put together a team of local community members, local agencies to go through this institute and learn all the ins and outs of planning, developing, and operating permanent supportive housing. So our team is in the process of pre-development, which means applying for permits and funding with the hope to provide permanent supportive housing in addition to affordable housing. So the plan that we have in mind is 100% affordable housing with a significant portion dedicated to permanent supportive housing for people, individuals and families experiencing homelessness. And you can see some of the specs, just sketches that have been provided for what this might look like. So I'd like to move on to our flexible housing fund. Athens Homeless Coalition has been budgeted for a fund to directly provide assistance to individuals and families who are either experiencing homelessness and have been accepted or have identified available housing, but have a financial barrier to obtaining that housing. So what this is a fund. It's quick, efficient, and it will provide those funds directly to the vendor to help people get over that financial hurdle. Not only for people experiencing homelessness who are close to entering housing or entering the housing program, but also to individuals and families who are in danger of losing their housing and entering homelessness. So we're going through policies and procedures and working with our board to set up a mechanism to quickly transfer funds from that fund to the individuals who need it and to do it quickly. I don't know if you've heard this phrase, nothing about us without us. Nothing about us without us. It's the idea of someone like me coming along and planning programs and steering the ship without incorporating the individuals that we hope to serve. And so that's really one of our watchwords of the Athens Homeless Coalition is to involve people with the lived experience of homelessness. And that's something we take very seriously. I think you hear that a lot, lived experience a lot as kind of a token or a check on a checklist, but it's not. It's something that really guides all of the work that we do. Even before I was hired, the board formed a lived experience committee who held listening sessions at different locations with people experiencing homelessness or people who have previously experienced homelessness for social support, to share their stories and the challenges that they're facing, to give recommendations for agencies and for policies that will benefit them. And so just last year, that committee conducted 22 listening sessions Dr. Adams, who chairs that committee, put together a summary report of all of the information and recommendations and notes that were taken into themes. And so that summary report's available. It was presented at the State of Homelessness event that was just a couple months ago. Also in this effort, I mentioned Michael Moss. We've hired a community engagement coordinator to elevate our efforts to engage people with lived experience. So that will be his role, not only continuing and taking over the listening sessions, but also working deeply in the community to work with individuals and families to help steer the ship of the Athens Homeless Coalition and amplify those voices. So here I've listed some of the future activities. You can see the first three are kind of summaries from previous slides. We plan to launch our coordinated entry program probably within the next month. We're just waiting on getting legal approval in order to do that. But everything else is in place. We have a pilot location to launch it, and we also have case staffing conferences already set up and scheduled to share that information with the service provider so individuals and families can be routed to eligible and available housing opportunities in real time. Like I mentioned, we plan to launch our flexible housing fund sometime mid-year this year, advance the lived experience program. And three I haven't mentioned, but these are things that we're going to focus on in the next year. One is to implement an outreach strategy. So I mentioned our outreach among people experiencing homelessness, but we also want to launch an outreach program of our housed neighbors, people in our community who are housed, and hear their perspectives and hear their thoughts about homelessness and answer any questions or dispel any myths about homelessness that people in our housed community might have. So that's something that is one of our top priorities. Also, as I mentioned, we're dedicated to increasing the amount of permanent supportive housing, as that's really the evidence-based, most effective response to people who are chronically homeless or who face kind of the highest level of challenges. And something else that that we're focusing on, and everything I've listed today is informed by the strategic plan to reduce and prevent homelessness. So that's really serving as the framework for a lot of what we're doing here. But to strengthen our faith-based network, there are a lot of potential opportunities, and there are a lot of congregations that are doing really good work independently. But we think there's an opportunity to share information, share success stories and lessons learned, and also kind of elevate what the faith-based communities do. So I know I moved through those quickly. That is just a sample of the projects that we're working on, but I wanted to set time aside to answer any questions that anyone might have. This is my contact information. When I first came on board, I reached out to the mayor and to all of you for a meeting, and that invitation stands. I've had really great conversations with many of you, but I'm absolutely available to meet, answer any questions, get a cup of coffee.
Start with Dexter.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So, one thing I did not see, Michael, any partnerships or coordination with the other nonprofit that provide homelessness. Because I thought one of the things that was going to come from the coalition was trying to bring all these partners together, work together in unison, because some of the things I see, we got some other organizations doing some of the same things. So has there been any talk or any discussions about bringing these other organizations around the table and working in conjunction together to deal with some of the things that we're dealing with? And I think somebody mentioned it earlier, it seems like our homeless population is growing. So I'm trying to figure out, again, I know you just not getting started. That may be something down the road, but I kind of like to see, and I haven't looked at your strategic plan, but I'm trying to see where you see this going in the future.
Sure. I'll answer your questions one at a time. I hear two questions. Facilitating partnerships and increasing collaboration among service providers is one of our top priorities. I didn't include it in this presentation just for time's sake, but it is one of our main tenets. Partnership is one of our values in our 5 values. So yes, absolutely, that's part of the role that we do. We work closely with the Continuum of Care, which is the network of providers. So we work with shelters, healthcare providers, different service providers, the police department, to help partnerships. And actually, Claire did a really successful data collection where we created a survey and also held a focus group with service providers specifically to ask them what kind of partnerships are they most interested in? Because it's not for me to understand where the gaps are. We went right to the source and asked, what kind of agencies do you wish to partnership in? How successful do you think your partnerships are? How do you see the Athens Homeless Coalition supporting future partnerships? So that wasn't mentioned, but I assure you that's something we take very seriously. Your second question about homelessness and about the increase of homelessness. Yes, homelessness has increased across the country, including Athens, Georgia, just going on the information that we have. As you all know, homelessness is a very complex issue, and it's difficult to answer your question in a minute or two. I will say this, there are a lot of factors, including market factors and system factors, that make it more and more challenging to acquire housing or to keep housing. So we all know a lot of people are having a hard time staying in their housing. So since you asked a simple question, to put it succinctly, what's happening in Athens and other places is that, and let me say this, the service providers are doing incredible work. And I don't know if everyone here sees or is aware of the day-to-day successes and the housing successes and the families with children and individuals that do get full-time housing. And a lot of times with the supportive services that they need, or get into recovery for substance abuse. So they're doing amazing work. What's happening is in Athens and a lot of communities, people are entering homelessness faster than people are exiting homelessness. And that's what's happening. And it's a direct result of housing markets. So that is my short and succinct answer to that very difficult question.
Yeah, I know, it is.
We'll listen to Novita and Carol.
Yeah, you talk about supportive housing being one of your top goals. And from what I understand, that's like, the one way to assure that homeless folks find housing and stay in that permanent housing. Can you elaborate on that definition and talk about the kind of services that are embedded in that supportive housing?
Sure. First, since you asked for a definition, in terms of permanent supportive housing, and that permanent is a key component also, in that when someone qualifies for a program like this, there isn't a threat about, you need to get a job in this amount of time, or you get kicked out, or to make a certain income, or you get kicked out. This is permanent supportive housing with the rent is based on that person's level of income, whether it is a full-time position, a part-time position, whether it is Social Security benefits, or whether it's zero. So that threat is not hanging over someone's head. And when you ask about the services, it's a really wide array and it's person-centered. So what will happen is, or what does happen in that model, is that someone works with a case manager to assess what their needs might be. It might include physical health services to get back on someone's medication or have a procedure done that they've been putting off for a long time. It might be mental health services to help someone in an outpatient setting or an inpatient setting. It might be substance abuse treatment, if that's one of the challenges. Employment services, supportive employment, transportation, childcare, whatever those challenges that person is facing to help them stabilize and improve their situation. Nothing's off the table.
With a couple of things on there, did you go to your next to the last slide? The launch coordinated entry, has that launched already, or we're launching?
Everything is in place for that program. So the assessment tool that I mentioned that we created is ready to go. It's been fully tested and it's ready to launch. The case staffing conferences, which is where we take that information and work with service providers to help house eligible people into the correct programs, is already in place. What we're waiting for, and we think is an important step, is to have legal review to make sure that we're following laws and policies, to make sure that we are being mindful and legal about how we collect this information, protect this information, and use it. So that's literally all we're waiting for. We already have a pilot program in place with a willing partner that's going to pilot this program.
And I know when we went to Birmingham, we went to their homeless coalition meeting, and they had a coordinated, system. Is it going to be similar? And my question to that is, a person can go from city to city and you still would be able to know if they came from wherever, because they would already be in the system. Is that system going to include anything like that?
The system will not have that capacity. And I think the reason, if I was to guess, would be based on private protections on how information is collected and how information is shared. So because we're talking about a vulnerable population, there are protections in place about states sharing individuals' information with other states. So currently, there is not a nationwide program that would track individuals. Athens does have a program for anyone who enters a shelter or goes to Advantage for help with a housing program, gets entered into a database. But this is slightly different than that. What you probably attended was a case staffing conference at Birmingham, and that's one of the models that we're following. Birmingham and
It was a visit.
I was just a visit. Okay, so yeah, so there are two sides to it. One is the assessment, collecting this information, and the other is what do we do with this information? How do we get everybody together in a room, go through a list of individuals and find out who has availability and who's eligible?
If I'm wrong in what I think I remember, I think it would be worth looking into what Birmingham is doing, if that's okay. I'm sure somebody remembers where we went, because I might be wrong, but I think that is significant because a lot of people that do come here and somewhere else. So you'll have so if you would look into that to see if I'm suggesting something that they have.
No, I love your suggestion. I agree with you 100%. And we've already worked with Birmingham, and I also mentioned Chattanooga for who are 2 to 4 years ahead of us in some of these processes.
Where's your money coming for your flexible housing?
ARPA.
Yeah, that's ARPA. So that has a tendency to be almost done, at least of 2026.
End of 26.
Yeah, it has to end by 2026.
So are there plans on how that's going to be refinanced after 2026, or are you thinking about it?
Yeah, I mean, our whole program, the coalition is entirely funded by ARPA. So obviously, one of our top priorities is sustainability and funding after December of 2026 to include our current programs and our current payroll and including the flexible housing.
So that's on your radar at the end of it all, right?
Absolutely. And even though that's still, almost 2 years away, we're already in the process of identifying grants and other funding opportunities.
And my last question is on the Housing Institute that you talked about, the Georgia Supportive Housing Institute. Is this the one, Ms. Lloyd made it real clear that we're getting two different projects mixed up. Is this the Peter and Vine application?
Well, Supportive Housing Institute, it was just that. It is a training to learn about supportive housing. So that is what I applied for and what we entered. However, yes, the Peter and Vine is the location that the developer is applying.
And that would be under the Develop Supportive Housing.
Athens Homeless Coalition is dedicated to advocating for housing for individuals and families experiencing homelessness. So that includes permanent supportive housing. So when I say develop supportive housing, we are intent on identifying opportunities for housing for this population.
But that's my point. This could be an example. I'm not, no, one is bad or not. I'm just saying, the application that has been submitted is the Peter and Vine. And if it is funded and we move forward, it would be what you would say is develop supportive housing.
Yes, a significant portion of that development will be dedicated to permanent supportive housing services, with the remainder of the units being affordable between 30 and 80% AMI.
And so how many units are we talking about?
I believe it's 60.
And I guess, again, where I'm still struggling with is Well, I'm gonna leave that and I'll let somebody else pick it up, but I do think there is some confusion in the community that needs to be cleared up because it's not what folk were expecting. And, first of all, this is also not what people even knew. That's the first thing. But the other thing is the meetings that I had, I think Tiffany had some of the same conversations. It was supposed, we thought it was like for single families, mothers, and children and elderly. And then I understand that you are going to have, this is going to be, one of the buildings is going to be 3 stories, but no elevator. And so if there's no elevator, that you're not talking about single moms and elderly folks. And that's the minimum. So every time we do something in the affordability range, it seems like the minimum that they have to do for us. This is that bothers me that we're talking about doing just what is regulated, what the minimum is, instead of having high quality like we would like to see in some of the other areas. People come to us and ask us to vote for. So I do have a problem with that, the minimum, when we talk about vulnerable. The vulnerable needs the best.
And Commissioner, just in terms of Michael's role, Michael as an advocate for finding places for permanent supportive housing has an opportunity for a component of a larger project to be permanent supportive housing. But Michael, I don't believe you're a carpenter or a builder or a home designer. And so just in terms of who does what, he is working to find some of the places in a larger development as permanent supportive housing, just so it's clear kind of who does what in terms of.
No, I'm not giving it to you personally, Michael. I just know I just found out who the developer was that is working with you. So it's not to you at all. It is who you're working with and the minimum requirements for the most vulnerable. That's all. So please don't take this personally.
I don't at all. And I'd love to speak to your question. I just want to say that I hear you. And I hear clapping in the back. I hear you. I hear you. My role has been to advocate for, like you say, for the best for this community. I think there are concessions and compromises as part of any deal. However, I've pushed hard to advocate for the most amenities, the highest quality. And if it's not with this developer and another developer can provide that, then I'm 100% on board with that. The elevator issue, I think, is 100% valid. And we argued about elevators and about the absence of elevators and how are people going to access that the 3rd floor. Without getting into too much detail, I know their plan is what they call a split level, which is 3 stories, but on a hill, meaning that over here, there are steps to get up to that 2nd story. But if you park on the other side of it, it's on that hill. So there are no steps to get to that. So it means 1 flight of stairs to get to the 3rd floor in that building. And that's the best way I can explain it. And like Mayor Gert said, I'm not a developer, but I'm doing my best to share it. But I feel my role in this as an advocate is to push for the highest level of amenities and the highest quality of care and quality of materials and aesthetics and feeling of community and trauma-informed architecture, all of those things. So that's something that I take very seriously. As part of this project, working with Advantage Behavioral Health, one of our partners actually surveyed people who are currently in permanent supportive housing programs, asking them what their priorities are, what amenities are they most interested in. And we brought that information back and shared it with the developer.
I guess I asked that question, really, what I know, I just want to make sure my colleagues know. I hear everything, not everything, but I hear a lot. And some of my colleagues, because we're in different circles, don't hear what I hear. So really, this is a benefit for my fellow colleagues that may not even know about this project. So no, this is no attack on you whatsoever. This is just making sure I'm sharing the information. So when we do have to vote on stuff, all of us will know the same thing. That's it.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate your questions and I welcome tough questions. And it so happens that these arguments are the same ones that we've been with the developer.
Got Carol, and then Tiffany, and then Melissa.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. The collecting data from the service providers, picking up on what Commissioner Fisher was talking about. Do you, because you guys are an umbrella to sort of see what's going on with the service providers. Do you have like a collecting mechanism? Just like how many people served and that you get, like everyone is saying, we'll get all our monthly reports and tell you how many people are in here. So are you acting as a collector for that information?
Yes, and currently that system does not exist other than the point in time count and other than people who are serviced by certain providers and their information is entered in the database system. But as I mentioned earlier, we have a full-time position, Claire, who's devoted specifically to that.
So does information does the coalition meet with service providers on a sort of advisory council and monthly, every other month? Is there some regular meeting with service providers?
Yes, we meet both with the continuum of care. That group meets, the general body meets quarterly. We attend those meetings. The continuum of care board meets monthly. All three of us attend each of those meetings, give reports, share information. Someone says an opportunity comes up that fits into the wheelhouse of the homeless coalition where it's about network or systems level questions, then we work together to spearhead those.
Great. And can you send us that summary report from the people with lived experience? That would be great. Third thing, coordinated entry. You said, right, I hear this phrase all the time, trauma informed, and you said the present collection system isn't able to collect information, trauma informed information. I have no idea, but the new system will. What does that actually mean?
Well, I will say that our new tool is significantly shorter than the existing one.
Yeah.
And I think when the original tool has a long acronym called the ISPDAT was created, I think it was to collect large amounts of information, and it results in someone in front of a case manager at probably one of the most vulnerable times in their life being peppered with questions about their criminal history and about their substance use and about their involvement in institutions. And so we have designed this to reduce and minimize that part of the experience for the participant.
That's helpful. The next thing is, again, following up on what someone else asked about the funding is after ARPA funding, if the next time you come to us or at some point to give us some update about the strategy for that, we just finished a long session on other kind of funding that's going to social service, nonprofit agencies, and this comes up again and again and again. And it's like, then all of a sudden it's time for funding, And so we're already short on one of the funding places, which is probably where you all can continue to ask for funding. But we already had, 300% more requests than we had money on that. So please keep us up to date on that there. And then the last thing I'm going to ask with the Georgia Supportive Housing Institute, because I do not understand this at all. Someone from your board showed me something a couple of weeks ago, but I was like trying to figure out where this fit into everything else. Who is actually applying for this? Who are the players in this? I don't really understand this. Where are we in the stage of this? I mean, since it's out there in the public and I'm seeing it mentioned on social media, but I don't really understand who the players are and what the timeline is and the different steps.
Sure. For the Supportive Housing Institute, I applied for a training series.
Right, I know that part, right?
There were some requirements to apply as a team that you need certain representatives on that team.
Yeah.
A service provider, our service provider is Advantage Behavioral Health. And by I mean our team in the training institute. The developer is Woda Cooper, who I know his name has been mentioned, and
What's the name?
Woda Cooper, WODA.
Oh, that's where the WODA come from before.
That's right. The full name of the
abbreviation.
The full name of the company is Woda Cooper.
Okay, yeah.
So that was the developer that we were matched up with for the Institute.
Yeah.
Our team representatives also include Athens Housing Authority, a small business owner, and a community member who serves on our lived experience committee.
So that's the team.
That's
What's
our
the-
team.
What are the steps here? Because everything takes a long time. This is out there, like, where are we in this? So you went through the Institute, that gave you some advantage. I can't remember what it was because I was confused by the whole thing. But
Mhm.
where are you in this process? What are the next steps?
Well, to be clear, and I think Mayor Gertz touched on this, is that the developer is in the process
Yeah.
of applying, I believe, for funds and for whatever approval they
Okay.
need from the state.
That's the low income housing tax credit
But it's the
process.
developer, him or her, themselves, I should say, who's applying for that low income, the LICA funding.
That's true, but as Commissioner Taylor mentioned, we're included as a community partner on that application. And Advantage Behavioral Health, I believe, will be included as the service provider on that application, just.
And so that even before this goes to anything, I'm sure there'd have to be something on the local level and approvals or no? No, this would be, what?
Total state.
It's total state, it's all state.
It's all DCA.
Okay, so they would make a decision on this. And what's the timeline on that process? Do we know?
Applications in May, I would assume before the end of the year, they would be making those announcements.
Okay. And do they have a whole process for like a transparent process for deciding that? Does anyone?
Yeah, you can go on the DCA website for the low income housing tax credit. And the application is available, all that information as far as the requirement, what type of applications they accept, and past awards are also listed, programs. So Commissioner Taylor, you were asking about that list. We'll just pull it from DCA and provide it because it's their list of who they award.
And this is presented as, like, in terms of zoning use, it's like by right, using more, I mean.
That's right.
It is by right. So it wouldn't have to have any approval zoning wise.
Correct.
Thank you. And that's the end of my questions.
I've got Tiffany.
Carol, thank you so much for asking that question because I think that was the question that we all wanted to know. And by the way, this was not a transparent process because we found out about this through community talk. And when reviewing the application, it was said that there was community input, which there was not community input, for one. And for two, because Advantage is your partner, they've received SPLOST funds as well as ARPA funds as well to build what you're saying is supportive permanent housing, which has not broken ground yet. So did you ask Evan before you got with Athens Housing Authority, which is one of our largest housing partner who is also contributing to our homeless problem because they're evicting families. So I just want to, put that out there for the record. I also just,
I'm sorry, may I answer your question?
please do.
Advantage Behavioral Health currently operates a permanent supportive housing program. It is a scattered program, meaning that individuals in different locations receive permanent supportive housing. This would be an additional program in a central location that requires additional staff and additional, operations.
See, can I say why, Michael? It's because a lot of the people that Advantage served has severe problems to where the complex no longer wants to deal with them, even when they're put into communities with family and children, which is what Peter and Vine is. As a mother of 5 children who lives right across the street from that development, do you know how nervous I am to have my 5 children who walks to and from the Arrowhead Community Center to potentially come into contact with someone who is dealing with a mental episode? Was that even taken into consideration when you chose this property? Because I know from Housing Authority, you know, they're gonna get in where they fit in, and so is Evan, which is why I feel like they didn't come with you today, because they knew you were gonna be on the hot seat for this property.
Amen.
So you might want to check your partners. Also, I know you knew him, Michael. I appreciate what you're doing with the homeless coalition, because I remember going to the first meeting, but I have to tell you, my guy, I'm a little disheartened because I feel like it was not transparent. I feel like this property was chosen because it is a predominantly Black neighborhood, and because we want to move the undesirables to a place where other undesirables reside, which is why we can't get a grocery store, which is why Housing Authority pushes back when we ask them to fix their units, which is why I get pushed back when I ask for single housing for moms to transfer out of public housing into owning their own homes. So this is just me and you. You don't have to, you know, you can ignore everybody else. This is just me talking. But as the representative, and I know that, you know, because of the lines, it's now Melissa's, but it's my community. And I just wanted you to know from a community member, which you probably would have known had you reached out to the community before you submitted your application, that this is just disheartening. We do not support it. Not that we don't support your work. We don't support this project. We don't support the process in which it took, the non-transparency, and also the audacity to just say, take it. Because a lot of us may not say, just take it, but those are the actions that you're telling my residents, that we just have to take it.
I hear you. I think it's completely valid. I think you're right, and I understand your concerns 100%. I'll say, may I respond?
Please.
On a couple notes. One is that there's certain eligibility requirements to enter a program like this. So individuals who are deemed dangerous or violent history will not be eligible for something like that. So I don't expect that to be as part of your neighborhood, but I understand your concerns. I have a family and I have children too, so I understand what you're saying 100%. I would also mention that a lot of times people push back on housing projects like this, saying, I don't want those people in my neighborhood, or I don't want those people around my family. Well, these individuals are already in our neighborhoods. They're just unhoused and they sleep outdoors. So I don't think this is, I don't feel like this is bringing them to your neighborhood. I definitely understand your concern. I don't see any evidence that that site was selected for that reason. There were a lot, I had nothing to do with selecting that site, but I would imagine there were a lot of factors, including availability and land ownership and those type of factors. But I'm happy to have this discussion, and I'm more than happy to talk to you more about this and your constituents.
And I think you do, Commissioner, that just as as the landowner, it's the Housing Authority that would have to be the host for the site.
I understand that. I'm not done. But Michael, we do see it. We see homelessness. If you go up a little further, up Vine Street, there's a whole homeless population. What we are not new to is homelessness on the east side. We see it, our family members, especially my family member. That's what's so great about being on the commission as a born and raised Athenian, is that a lot of stuff isn't pulled over my eyes because I see the work of Advantage, because I have family members who are clients of Advantage. I also serve a family of 11 who I'm on my phone back and forth because I'm trying to find them beds because Advantage got them a place to stay. So as an elected official, I'm not new to it. I'm actually a child who went from hotel to hotel because we were once evicted as well. So I'm also a person with lived experience. I just let this moving forward be the notion that we're just not going to sit and take what this county or what smaller groups have to throw on us just because they feel like they're doing what's right in their heart at the expense of my constituents. And again, you should have brought Lonnee and Evan with you so they could share this hot seat with you, but, you know, I appreciate you, Michael.
I mean, I just want to say that those individuals weren't invited, had no idea to bring other people. So I did not do that. I've lived in Athens for 25 years, so I live here too. The Homeless Coalition and my job was to advocate and provide housing to people who don't currently have it. Not at the expense of our community. I think all these factors should be weighed, and I appreciate you, and I'm glad you're here speaking for your constituents and for your neighbors. So I think that's an important part of the conversation.
Thank you.
Melissa Nadia.
So it's my understanding that the Department of Community Affairs has a program of funding availability that is specifically for supportive housing. Is that, are you aware of that? No, as far as the program that this is being applied through is specifically geared towards is supportive housing. That's what my members, some of the folks involved in this went through the Supportive Housing Institute. So there's this, this chunk of property that the Athens Housing Authority has had for decades that is specifically for affordable housing. And it's just sitting there not getting developed. But there is a funding opportunity for that development through this supportive housing tech program.
I feel like,
but it's right now it's just a concept because you can't even begin the application process without a concept, which is those drawings that we see.
it's been submitted. It's been submitted. The application has.
I understand the submissions in May.
Got Ovita and Carol.
Dexter whispered and wanted to say, well, this will come back before us. I'll be real clear. It doesn't come back.
It does not.
Because this is the housing authority's property. And the housing authority is leasing, from what I understand, the property to the developer. I also understand that the developer is going to be managing the department, the staff. So it has nothing technically to do with this local government. It's out of our hands.
It is.
And what Commissioner Taylor is saying, that because it's I know who went to Atlanta for the presentation. And nobody that went is from East Athens.
No.
So that also means nobody was consulted from East Athens. And Ms. Claudia Dorsey lives right in front of this development. She's gonna wake up one morning and don't know what just happened because you didn't include the vote. And I don't want it to sound like we do not support supportive housing, because that would be very contradictory. All of us got history on what knows that is, it's just the process, and we keep getting the process messed up. That's what the argument is about or concerned about. So with that being said, Michael, again, I'm agreeing with Ted. It's not about you personally. It's about not knowing this was going on at the 11th hour. That's what this is about. And my thought is that I don't know. The intent of this application is supportive housing, basically. That's the intent, basically. But that's not what was echoed. And because there was this whole mix up about this collided with the revitalization thing. That's what got us here. And the lines were changed for the revitalization from the meeting that I was at, which included my district. Nobody even told me that. So it's one of those freak accidents, but here you are right now. So I guess what folk want to know is what's your next step after you know now there's some concerns.
To be clear, I'm not the developer on this project. I think I've made clear what my role is on this project. And I know there's a concern for the permanent supportive housing component of this project, but to be clear, there are 60, I believe, units where maybe 12 are designated as permanent supportive housing. The rest is low-income housing, workforce housing for teachers and nurses and, gig workers who work downtown. So that's something else that brings to the table. Like I said, I'm a part of this community and I live here, and depending on the degree of the leverage of the Athens Homeless Coalition, I will do what I can to make this community the best community, at the same time advocating for the population that I advocate for. I know it's standard to have a community input process as part of this process. I think that's later in the process. I think all they're doing is applying for funding at this stage, but I can't speak to that. But I know community input is a part of this process and will be a part of that process.
Thank you.
Carol?
There was reference to the application, and I know in a letter we received, there was reference to another community group that was, mentioned maybe as input having been received. Is that application publicly available to share so that we can see what's been applied for? I mean, it sounds like it might be out there, but I don't know on that. I don't know if anyone knows the answer to that. What the application for the application for this development, is that publicly available?
I don't know if the state puts that out there or
Yeah.
if you have to do an open records request to the state for that information.
Okay.
I don't know that I've ever looked on their website and seen submitted applications before.
One could, I mean, it seems like there was mention of something that was in the application, so I'm wondering if it's out there. A lot of times we receive grant application. I guess my question is, one, can we see an application so I understand what's being asked for? But two, in terms of the permanent housing that you just mentioned earlier in the presentation, I thought you said there was 100% affordable housing with significant permanent supportive housing, which made me, and I had what percentage in here, I didn't ask it before, but now you just mentioned 12 out of how many, 60? So to me, that seems like, that seems like it's more, I thought it was gonna be like, when you said significant permanent supportive housing, I thought the number was more like 50, 60, and then a few extra units for regular affordable housing. Which do we know what it is?
I believe that the numbers I said were correct, which is 60 units with roughly 12 support. I mean, I can find that information for you, but it's not far from those numbers.
Okay,
And I'll be honest, I'm Athens Homeless Coalition, so I would advocate for the maximum amount.
right.
Housing, because we're trying to house people off the streets. That's what my organization is dedicated to. However, like all things, it is a compromise and a negotiation on what is included and what generates revenue and how this can come to be. So what kind of concessions
Right. No, I'm not even judging.
willing to make
Yeah.
for something like
I'm
this?
not judging. I just, when you mentioned significant before, I thought that meant more like 75% was permanent supportive housing at 25. Now,
I didn't mean,
now-
I didn't mean to mislead you, and my background is in public health, where something
Okay.
can mean something
Okay.
quite specific. So I did not mean.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions for Michael or his team? Michael, Claire, Mike, thank you for the work.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much.
And thanks for all that work you do.
Well, I apologize. I know neighborhood leaders are next, and then Bruce Lonnee is going to present on some options for increased housing. Because I've had a conversation with that over in City Hall. I have a 3:30 meeting to make it too, so Dexter's going to take over. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. Next thing, Commissioner Fisher. I'll send it off.
I mean, that's those questions. Patrick?
Yeah. I'd like to do this.
Excuse me.
Okay, we'll go ahead and,
You could either.
continue. Linda, we'll go ahead and, continue.
Yes, sir.
got neighborhood leaders, trying to take some of that.
Okay, we have Erin Hodgman, the new executive director for the neighborhood leaders. And she is here with her team to present annual performance for this program. Erin?
Thank you, everyone. As Melinda said, my name is Erin Thompson-Podman, Executive Director of Family Connection Communities and Schools of Athens. And we are here to talk about neighborhood leaders. So next slide, please. I want to start by saying we're so grateful for the ongoing support of Mayor and Commission and for the opportunity to present to you all today. I also want to thank my team seated next to me, our Director of Neighborhood Engagement, Ms. Terrace Thomas. I want to thank her for her leadership over these years. And I also want to thank those that do the work every day, many of whom are right here in this room, our boots on the ground, our neighborhood leaders. So I'd be remiss not to say that. So where's our journey going to take us today? Well, we're going to look at where we started with a brief program overview. Then we'll discuss where we are with some of our FY25 accomplishments. We'll then discuss some of the recent changes at FCCIS and where we're headed as we look to FY26 and beyond before we take some time for questions and comments. So where did we start? Well, the language here on your slide is from the original contract between ACC and FCCIS. It's our charge, if you will. This work is highly relational. And in 5 years, neighborhood leaders have established those relationships. Neighborhood leaders are of, in, and with the community. They are trusted members of the community, many with the lived experiences of the very people that they serve. And this is why neighborhood leaders are a good fit to fill this charge, and why we believe it is good that the work be done by a non-government entity. Neighborhood leaders are resource brokers. They are connectors, connecting residents to vital information and services. And they are often the first call that many people make. So now let's take a look at where we are with some of our FY25 accomplishments. Next slide, please. Now, there are a million stories I could share, but I know this has already been a long day and you still have more behind you. So I'm going to spare you with the million and try to hit some of the highlights, but I'm proud of my team, so bear with me on this journey. So economic impact. Last year alone, neighborhood leaders secured an estimated $9 million in SNAP benefits. That is money that is being brought into the local economy. That's not even to mention Medicaid and Peach Care enrollment, WIC, CAPS, earned income tax credit that they supported people as they navigated through those processes of securing those resources. When we talk about goods and food, items of that nature, neighborhood leaders distributed an estimated $1 million of food and donated goods to residents last year. Neighborhood leaders are empowering their residents. They are building agency. They are coaching their residents on how to have tough conversations with those around them. They are advocates, and they're teaching them to be self-advocates. Recently, many of our residents have experienced stolen SNAP benefits. Our neighborhood leaders have been side by side with them, both guiding them in the process, but then teaching them to advocate for themselves at the local level and up the chain. They are working to shift people's thinking, not to being someone who is enabled, but to someone who is empowered. Let's talk about increased access to services. These are those resource brokers I talked about. Neighborhood leaders have a pulse on things in this community. I will spare you adding you to the group me, but if I did, you would see the thousands and thousands of resources that are flying around 24/7, 365. They are those resource connectors. They are sharing information. Neighborhood leaders are truly in the flow of what's happening around the community. Now, another important thing we've done this past year is to continue to build the capacity of our neighborhood leaders. We want to make sure that they are professionalized. We want to make sure that they have the tools in their toolbox to better help them serve their residents. And I mentioned already, many of them are among the people that they serve. So this also goes to empowering them at the same time. When I speak to collaboration, I want to share a story. Back in November, there were some issues going on the east side, a couple of schools related to behavior on buses. Dr. Robbie Hooker picked up the phone. Do you know who he called? He called Terrace. Terrace mobilized the neighborhood leaders. The neighborhood leaders connected with the site coordinators that worked in those schools. Together, they planned an event in Hallmark to discuss these issues at a community level. I am very proud of this growing collaboration and intentional collaboration that is happening within our expanded team. Neighborhood leaders are out in the community, reaching into our schools. Site coordinators are in the schools, reaching out into the community, and together they are wrapping around our residents and families. When community partners need to mobilize, they know that neighborhood leaders are the ones that can help make things happen. Now let's talk about data collection a little bit. Now the dashboard, it is still a work in progress. We have spent many hours together, Yashu, Alejandra, Terrace and I. It's available on the HCD website. It is, we're getting there. It's better than it has been, y'all. Now that dashboard, that makes it easier for me as an executive director to say, what are the targeted areas that still need attention by my team? For you as mayor and commission, you can say, how does this work align with our goals? It's a tool for continuous improvement. Another place where we've improved data collection, we implemented a zone resident satisfaction survey. You all asked for it, we implemented it. You're gonna hear a little bit more about that in a minute. What about commissioner engagement? It is ongoing. There is collaboration happening among many of our neighborhood leaders and commissioners. I particularly remember 2 events. Being out at Clarke Gardens for a town hall between Stacy Dean and Commissioner Myers when they worked together to address issues that were happening with their property managers. In December, when a family with 10 children were evicted, neighborhood leader Sade Watkins collaborated with her colleague, our site coordinator at Hillsman, Catherine Bailey, with Commissioner Taylor to support the needs of these residents. There are neighborhood leaders engaging with commissioners in zone town halls, through canvassing, regular phone calls and emails, and there's always an open invitation to our neighborhood leader meetings. And the last thing here to highlight the work of this year is to talk about the human face of this. Neighborhood leaders put a face on support. And I think the best way to articulate that is in the residents' own words, from some of the comments that came from the resident engagement survey that you all charged us with doing. One resident said they help bridge the gap. I had no idea of offered services until I was connected with my neighborhood leader. When asked what they liked most about the program, one resident commented that they liked that the community is thinking about those that are struggling, while another said, you don't have to feel embarrassed about needing help. We heard over and over words like trust and listening and grateful as residents spoke about being connected to vital resources and information. Just keep doing what you're doing, said one resident, while another chimed in what they said, and I quote, hope the program is here to stay long-term. So next slide. They say a picture's worth 1,000 words, and there's 1,000 more photos just like this. This is just a tiny sampling. There's collaborations up here with commissioners. There's collaborations with site coordinators, and of course with a host of our community partners. So there's a little bit of the work in action for you all to enjoy. All right, so pictures are one thing, people's comments are another. What is the data telling us? What are the numbers telling us about where we are? Here's a snapshot of our efforts through January 2025. So that's 2/3 of the way through this cycle, measured against our goals for the year. Now, these numbers help us answer the question, are we making progress or are we maintaining status quo? Excuse me. And it shows us where to increase our efforts during the remainder of this year. Now, as I noted, the dashboard is a work in progress, so these numbers may not align with what you see there if you're consulting both. This is food insecurity. This is a place where the neighborhood leaders have really been able to support the community. They are meeting a true physical need through SNAP outreach, through food reclamation programs. I can't think of a better example of this than Mount Olive distribution and what a vital part of the fabric of that initiative that our neighborhood leaders are. Next slide. With housing access, I know that that is something that we are all painfully familiar with right now. Now, we are making a difference in this space, but where we have room to grow, there are many factors that are beyond our control. Now, as we all know, Athens has a very tight housing market. Often there is no affordable housing available. Sometimes there are minimal resources to assist when there's a gap for people in paying for housing. And at present, we sit at a 2-year wait for Athens Housing Authority. All things that are definitely contributing to some of the challenges here. When we looked at physical and mental health, now where we have work here is in reevaluating our metrics, as these were set during the time of a global pandemic. But there are some points of pride here. One of the things that the neighborhood leaders have seen as they've gone out to talk to people about the marketplace, Many more people are in the marketplace now than were a couple of years ago. That is a good thing. So when it's more challenging for them to find people that aren't in the marketplace, a lot of times that's for good reason. Often we are also collaborating with vendors who are supporting residents in completing those applications. I'd love to point to a couple of upcoming health-related events that we will have, and they'll focus on things ranging from diabetes education and prevention to mental health to men's health. Turning to employment. Now, in the employment space, we've had success in employment referrals and have had hosted a variety of employment-related events where other goals have been a bit more elusive. One of the challenges here, and in talking with my colleagues, and obviously in the times before I was here, has been challenging to measure throughout, is that full circle, closing the loop on whether people were employed. People don't always follow back up when they've gotten a job, whether they have, whether they haven't. So that continues to be a challenging thing to measure. Now, as an executive director, I wonder, is that a question of our approach? Is it that we're not measuring the right things? Is it perhaps that we need to train the team in a way that it can help them better meet their goals? Any of these are possible. And in a few moments, I'm going to share about an exciting new partnership that we think is going to help in this space. And the last slide I'll share with data here is civic engagement. There's been a lot of awareness raised, and you can see true collaboration in the 8 months of this year. We've already collaborated with over 200 different community partner organizations. So definitely doing the work there. All right, so we've spoken about where we are a bit. Now I'd like to address some of the recent changes at FCCIS, if you'll indulge me on my metaphor here of our journey, some rerouting, if you will. Now, as you all know, the long-term ED of FCCIS retired after 33 years. We have had a communities and schools expansion this year. We are very excited about. From 2 site coordinators in 2 schools, we now have 10 site coordinators working across 8 schools in 3 different elementary, middle, high school feeder patterns in the community. There's been a significant support by CCSD for the CIS expansion and private foundation funds from the Balmer Foundation. We are the pilot for the state of Georgia for the Thrive Infant Toddler Court. This is a collaboration between the juvenile court, between DFACS, between Bright Paths, between Early Head Start and other partners in our community. And this is supported by funds from a DHS grant. Now, with these additions, we've experienced significant growth. Our team at FCCIS has grown by 1/3 since last June. Now, we've also had some bittersweet transitions. As I mentioned, the neighborhood leader's job is in many ways an entry-level job. And we want to build their capacity, and we want them to be ready for that next job as they take their professional step. In January, we saw the transition of Aline Loza, one of our neighborhood leaders, to another community partner as it was. We are celebrating that. It was a great opportunity for her and a step forward. And in the past, before I was here, we've seen some other neighborhood leaders move on to similar opportunities. Lastly, I'll mention here the work of our board to address strategic growth, operational improvements, and long-term stability as we are in a time of pretty tremendous change. We have a very active board. It's a board that I'm very thankful for and very proud of, and they are leading this work and they've called for this work. So where are we going now? Let's see. As we look ahead, there's about 5 things I'd like to mention. Number 1, adjusting within the current budget to better meet our needs. This may involve some reconsideration of how we might restructure the work that the neighborhood leaders are doing. And number 2, strengthening that organizational infrastructure. I just mentioned that. There's been several new committees that were developed at the board level. They are working hard. This is a working board. We're looking at our organizational policies and processes to see what needs to be updated, what needs to be discontinued, and quite frankly, what needs to be created that isn't there yet. We're prioritizing our efforts in areas where we can have the greatest impact. Which projects and initiatives are most impactful for our residents? What's the return on investment for our time and our resources? Are our efforts producing meaningful results for our residents? All of these questions, as we consider them, may mean that we need to propose some more realistic goals for some of the KPIs we've set. Number 4, we will obviously continue the ongoing work in our current areas of focus. And as a reminder, those are food, housing, physical and mental health, employment, and civic engagement. Though that we will do so with one minor change, and that pertains to voter engagement. We are an apolitical, nonpartisan organization. We're focused on education, health, and stability. There are organizations in this community who exist for the sole purpose of voter engagement, and we will gladly refer to them. But as an organization, both our board and staff believe that voter engagement as a metric does not align with either our mission or our vision at this time. Now, going back to our current work, we will also work to strengthen the work of our 4 strategic connector groups, making sure that that is aligned to the goals and metrics on a consistent basis. And lastly, continuing to build that capacity of our staff, focusing on some of the identified areas of need for our neighborhood leaders. We know that some technology training could benefit a lot of our staff. In looking at our metrics, we're moving the needle and where we're not moving it quite as much. Where might training our teams strengthen our efforts and improve those outcomes? Now, I mentioned the neighborhood leader's job can be a bit of an entry-level job. And again, I reiterate, we want to prepare them. We want to professionalize them so that they can be the best supporters for their residents, connecting them to the resources they need and preparing them for that next role for them as professionals. Now, looking ahead, we cannot talk about where we're going without considering long-term sustainability. Now, we know that our support from ACC Gov should not be the sole funding source for neighborhood leaders. We run into challenges in this area because raising grants and outside dollars as a small, very local organization can be hard. As a being hyper-local rather is both a blessing and a curse at times. And let's face it, poverty is not sexy. So not everybody wants to put their dollars there. So how are we going to work on this sustainability then? What do we need to do to push the needle? Well, we need to establish new partnerships. I mentioned earlier in a partnership that we're excited about. We are ecstatic to be starting at the ground level with Athens Achieve, the workforce development initiative. I know you all know it well because you've put dollars into their efforts as well. They have engaged our neighborhood leaders early on in their process of the development of their job portal. They want to make sure, they've been asked for feedback to make sure the job portal is user-friendly and that it meets the needs of those that need it most. Now, our ability to drive people to the workforce is only as good as those people that are navigating them there. And we have already in our midst a group of people who are trusted navigators moving throughout our community. This is going to be a mechanism to refer and track residents. This is going to be a concrete resource to point people to. And we firmly believe that this is going to help move the needle on some of those goals and metrics that we've been charged to address in the area of employment. Now, we also know that we need to secure outside dollars, private dollars, foundation dollars. We've done some exploration this year. At present, nothing has been the right fit, but we continue to search. We need to expand our unrestricted fundraising. Plans are in the works right now to develop our first ever annual appeal as an organization. And we obviously always need to be looking at our operational costs and being sure that we are fiscally responsible stewards of the monies that have been entrusted to us. So speaking about funding, here you see the funding for FY25. By far, ACC Gov is the senior partner. There is no question about that, but there are a few other areas here where dollars have been brought in FY25 to support the work. Now, I do want to draw your attention to in-kind. That can be very nebulous. This is obviously estimated, but thus far in the year, we're estimating approximately $750,000. Things like diapers, food reclamation, other goods and services that were donated through neighborhood leaders, office space, meeting space, time donated by our strategic action team members for things like training, grant writing, program development, donated advertising. I could go on and on, but I won't. So as we look to FY26, we understand that we have been recommended by staff for even and flat funding at the FY25 level. We are appreciative of this recommendation and respectfully hope that it will be considered. We are currently planning and budgeting to continue our work at the current level of funding. And if ongoing strategy discussions lead to any significant changes in budget or scope of work, we will absolutely submit a contract amendment to HCD for mayor and commission's review and approval. So I want to thank you today for taking this time with us and taking this journey. And if I can exercise one point of personal privilege here, not only because this is my team and I see firsthand how they pour themselves into this work, neighborhood leaders are an intricate, knowledgeable, trusted web of support and information and advocacy for many of our most vulnerable neighbors. But I'm also a resident here, I pay taxes here, and I've chosen to raise my family in Athens, and I want to see all of my neighbors thrive. Since 2019, the Neighborhood Leaders Program has had a hand in moving that needle. When we are all better off, we are all better off. Thank you. And I'll now open for questions and comments.
questions of all my colleagues. I see Carol hand first and then Melissa.
I want to thank you for the work and thank all the neighborhood leaders here and all the work you guys do out in the community. Much appreciated. I'm really glad that you all are working with Dr. Coles and the Athens, which achieves work. I think actually that's critical.
Yes.
Get that portal and those job navigators.
Yes.
To people in the community who really could benefit from it.
Yes.
And so I think that's gonna be vital and that'll, change some of that work on jobs. Hopefully it will, because we're putting a lot into this program.
We agree. We were with them for 3 hours. We were with them for 3 hours yesterday, y'all. And the things that they are thinking about, and it's language accessibility. It's,
Yes.
accessibility for our neurodivergent population, for people with, all of the things that are being considered. So.
The other thing I'm just commenting on, you mentioned the voter registration. I would challenge you a little this. I don't think voter registration education is political. I think it's civic.
Sure.
And I don't think that, so I don't like the idea of removing that because it's political, giving people access to the tools of our civic government, our political system is not, our elected officials is empowering of people. So, I realize that you may be attacked as it being political because you are working with a population, a less advantaged population as your goal. But that is really, our Office of Elections is actually just been reaching out to us recently about how to get more people registered and voting. Having, I don't know who you all have been working with, but like working with the with the Office of Elections in a very sort of civic, apolitical way might be a way to make that connection. I don't know if this is a done deal, but I'm not really, and maybe there's other efforts where it's duplication and such, but I don't know if that necessarily has to be seen as a political effort rather than a civil education, just like you having workforce education, social service education. So.
Yeah, I want to thank y'all for all the hard work you do. It's really, really valuable. And in these times, it's more valuable than ever. I want to appeal to the commission, to ensure that we keep this program running and assure that these folks are paid a decent wage for the hard work they do. We're seeing federal programs just completely gutted. And so the work that's being done in the community is more important than ever. I know there's a lot of health fairs going on. We just hear that the CDC, or not CDC, the NIH is no longer going to be promoting flu shots. That's something we're going to need to do more in our own community. And I echo Carol's concerns about voter registration and voter engagement, assuring that folks in this community are aware of their rights and duties as citizens to vote. And, where their polling places are and when elections are. I feel like that's not political. It's merely the responsibility of being a citizen of this country. The neighborhood leaders work with folks who are beneficiaries of taxpayer funded programs. And I feel like they more than anyone should be engaged in voting for, the folks who
I think over the years, obviously, and much of this comes from before my time here, and I'd love for Terrace to speak to this at all if she would like to. There has been, when we come before the commission, there has been a shared sort of discussion around what are the metrics and what are the goals. And I know there were many several years ago, and we tried to kind of bring it into a few focused ones. The voter registration piece in particular has been politicized. And so we just want to make sure that that we, again, as somebody who is apolitical, and that is not in our mission and vision we don't want to hinder the other amazing work that neighborhood leaders are doing by having anything drawn into question, ever have their work or their integrity in the space called into question. And Terrace has always been above reproach with her team. And you can speak to that if you'd like to at all.
No,
what you stated is absolutely correct. We don't want it politicized. I mean, I do think we can move forward with educating.
Yes.
The voter education.
Yes.
But perhaps the vote, when we register to vote, sometimes there are questions there. And we have had a few situations whereby we've had to address. And so we just want to be very clear and clean. Just don't want the questions there. So I do think we can move forward with voter education, civic education. But we were also registered, we were trained on how to register to vote, and we were engaged in that. And that's where, because we did that at a few of our tiered events, our community sites, community events. And from there, that visibility, there were questions that came about. And so we just.
The registration piece
The registration, so.
So are you able to invite other organizations to community events?
Absolutely, and we have. In fact, the few that we have, EJC was there with us.
Yeah, thank you to all of y'all
Yeah.
for your hard work. Thanks, Gwen.
All right,
Chat once in a while.
Ms. Wright.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody for your, all your hard work and for hanging in there today. You've been waiting a long while. I agree with your lack of using the civic engagement part as part of your data metrics that you're keeping up with. As you reach out and increase your partnerships and strengthen what could potentially be revenue sources, I think that staying apolitical and not being perceived as diluting your mission with that, I agree. I agree with you.
Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, I just want to tell the neighborhood leaders, thank you. I have some great neighborhood leaders.
Yeah.
I love my girls and I thank y'all for going the extra mile. And meeting people where they are as well. These last couple of weeks, I guess I'm probably boots to the ground too. So I have to rely on my neighborhood leaders. And so I don't have any questions, just comments. And thank y'all, Sade and Miss Gwen and Shawana.
Appreciate it.
And Patrick, I'm sorry. I hope y'all get a photo op. Y'all look so.
I know, we need to, we do.
I did, this is probably a comment directed more to terrorists. Some of the concerns that I've addressed in the past, I've seen that you addressed all of the neighborhood leaders have addressed. The biggest thing that I'm very appreciative is the neighborhood leaders that have moved on and doing bigger and better things. This was a groundbreaking tool. We don't want people to let the system become their livelihood. They spread their wings and moved on. I know there was a little bit of misunderstanding about my feeling about the neighborhood leaders. I'm gonna give you two scenarios. One, I had someone text me and say, where did they get that title from? They're not leaders, and and I had to, object because you're not out there with them. You don't know. And this was a very institutionalized person. So what a leader looked like to this person.
You're right.
Yeah.
Right.
His perception of what a leader is. But to me, a leader goes where nobody else dares to go. They talk about it, but they don't go. Now, here's where I say that before I say this, because y'all have to start throwing something. I never thought that the neighborhood leaders should have been in our general budget. Not in the general budget. When we came up with this concept of the prosperity package, the neighborhood leaders is the only group or that was recommended that still exists. The only group. Also, when we came up with this, we agreed to hire 2 grant writers to make sure that you continue to grow. We dropped the ball. Local government dropped the ball. Now you are competing I would like to say, should say, with other folk that are in the budget. Or, you know, we got to go through the budget process. But it never was supposed to be like that. It was supposed to be that the grant writers was going to help structure, develop, create a funding source that would make y'all sustainable. We're in a tight time now, so I don't know what's going to, I don't know what's going to shake out. But I do know that y'all do an excellent job. But I remember last year at the 11th hour, I think we got a budget request for an increase and we couldn't do it. Pay raises. And I don't know if we're going to be able to do it now. I'll be honest with you. But I wanted to tell you the history myself. We never thought this was going to be a line item budget that the local government was going to fund fully, even with the pay changes and increases. We never thought this. So I don't want nobody to misunderstand me. And it's not your fault. It's not your fault. But we did not do what we were supposed to do. And that was to hire those grant writers to help you with that support and financially keep you sustainable. You do a fantastic job for little or no money, what I've seen. I'm not gonna about to call no names because I know I'm gonna forget somebody and they're gonna say, you ain't call my name. But you know who y'all are. You know who y'all are. Way back at me. All of y'all should be waiting. But I do want to say, now that you're in the general budget, it's going to be a little bit different how we help keep this program in place.
Right.
But it has nothing to do with your lack of importance or support. It's just that I personally think we should have kept it in the independent agencies. I really do. Because you warrant that type of consideration. And I appreciate each and every one of you.
Thank you.
I'm scared to call somebody's name, but y'all know all y'all is.
We appreciate
But thank you.
Appreciate you guys.
Close this out. Again, thank you all for coming.
Thank you for the opportunity.
My neighborhood leaders are my eyes and my ears. 55.
Yeah.
Got more town hall meetings, Christine. Town hall meetings. So I think all of us on the commission know the type of work that you all do. It helps our community.
Thank you.
And we understand the Commissioner Thornton's point. There's gonna be a tight budget year, you know, and we've talked about our departments. I looked at that, you know, we're not tightening belts.
Yep.
And I think ARPA spoiled us.
Yep.
In the past. So again, it's not from us, my perspective, we know the work. We know the outcomes that you all produce for so many people in the community, how important that work that you all do. So I want to speak to my colleagues. Everyone else believes what you all do.
Well, we appreciate that, Dexter. And I know, I think Commissioner Fisher, we go back way back. Yeah. So I think one thing I'd love to say, if y'all will indulge me, obviously, when things came along, I was not here. And I think we stand where we stand now, no fault, you know, whatever happened in the history that happened, we're in the spot that we're in now, right? With no illusions. And I think that's why our board is saying, and we are committed that we know we need to find other sources of funding as well. While I say that, I still would be remiss if I didn't say that I think the return on investment that this community gets for the monies that go into this program, first of all, nobody could hire 19 people for this, you know, and when you even think about the economic perspective of, you know, what that looks like, I think that, but it goes beyond that, and it's those things, and it's those 1,000 stories I didn't tell you, and it's those thousands of pictures I didn't tell you, and it's that group me with all that, those connections. And losing that, I think, would be to a detriment to our community, especially at a time like this where there is a lot of uncertainty. And I know you all have tough decisions to make before you, but we do respectfully, again, we are appreciative of being considered for flat funding. We think we know in our planning and think we can work within that. And we really do believe that we can continue to do good work and get a bigger bang for your buck from these amazing people. And they truly are leaders in their community. And I think everybody knows that.
Thank you.
Again, thank y'all for coming. Appreciate it.
Yo.
Check out the weight rooms.
How are you?
I guess I'm just here on that.
You see, and I've got
Sure. Y'all stay with me too.
yeah, so now, don't leave.
We are.
You watch.
Well, thank you so much. Commissioner, sorry about that. I'm sorry. It's so.
Quick, 5 minutes.
Is that what it is?
I had
Okay.
Give us some
Find that out. Did you say stretch? Did
Okay,
you say stretch?
welcome back. We'll go ahead and go our last item for the day from our planning department, from our director, Bruce Lonnee.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to talk through this quickly so we can get to discussion, because I think that's where we want to go. At your February voting session, you directed the manager's office to ask the planning department to look into text amendments or pathways to get to RVs, recreational vehicles to be used as permanent housing, specifically in our RS zones, is what was mentioned at the meeting. So what we want to do today is talk through some options for getting you to where we think you want to go, and we want to hear back, are we on the right track? So I put a hard copy of the memo at your place. You can mark on or do whatever you need to do. We also have the PowerPoint to work through. I want to get started. We've got 5 points that we want to make about what our code currently say about this. So it's not that you can't ever have an RV in Athens-Clarke County, but there are narrow opportunities for where those can be used, and they aren't used as any permanent housing, really by definition. So we'll start there. Definitions for recreational vehicles that I wanted you to pay attention to are the definition for recreational vehicle itself, which calls out that it's a motorized vehicle, which is a limiting thing right off the bat. We recognize that. Designed and or maintained for use as temporary dwelling or sleeping place for travel or recreation purposes exclusively. Doesn't have a foundation other than the wheels or the jacks help used to stabilize it. Second definition is a recreational vehicle park. So this would be a parcel that's used solely for the rental or lease of lots for transient campers, trailers, motorhomes, or temporary parking of any other recreational vehicle that is not a manufactured home. So you see the terms popping up in there. We're always temporary, we're transient, we are not permanent. And it is differentiated from a manufactured home. Manufactured homes are, by definition in our code, Class A or Class B, double wide or single wide mobile homes. We can talk about that if that's a point that we get into. Second point we want to make. The recreational vehicles in our current code are regulated by extension in our use table as a commercial outdoor recreation use. Why is that? Commercial outdoor recreation as defined, very last 2 words references recreational camps. And that's where the RV would be something that we could review. It would be allowed where you have commercial outdoor recreation, again, for temporary use. Third point, and maybe this is what you were looking for, Commissioner Ray. Okay, all right.
No,
So
we'll get to there.
I'll get to it, okay. We have one zone in green up there where commercial outdoor recreation, where RV parks can happen, is allowed by right. And that's commercial rural. That's our zone that allows them by right. You come in, you go through our plans review process, and you can get permits to do it. We have a handful of zones where they're permitted, but only with special use approval. So that would include our agricultural residential, which is roughly 1/3 of our land, zoning wise. We have single family residential. We have RM, so a multifamily, commercial general, employment office, and employment industrial. Special use approval is the pathway to having an RV park in those zones. And then we have 5 zones where they're not allowed at all. So our institutional zone, which really frankly isn't even on the map, but commercial downtown, commercial office, which is along a lot of our commercial corridors, commercial neighborhood, and employment office wouldn't be permitted by our current code. Last 2 background points I want to make. Right now, RVs, and this happens a lot, and we get questions about it a lot, especially during. RVs are allowed to be parked for storage purposes anywhere that a vehicle can be parked. So a driveway, side yard, a backyard, commercial parking lot, you can park them and store them. You cannot connect them and otherwise make them habitable by having electric, water, or sewer connections when they're parked. They okay.
And I've had to turn one in, the extension cord going from the house
Sure.
out to it, and you just put in a work request, and then code enforcement goes and checks.
Who's out on this road, the street? Like I've called them in for being parked on narrow streets.
So if there is the opportunity for on-street parking, and depending on the size of the vehicle, it's okay. Larger vehicles, whether it's a
transport truck, semi, or a really super long RV would be too big to be parked on street by other sections of code. And that's something that can be, code enforcement can look into that, police
But
department.
like a smaller, like trailer RV, it's fine to have it on the neighborhood street.
Smaller size that is about the same size as you would have for a minivan, full service, something that you typically see private drivers having, that's fine.
And just talking RVs here, and RVs still by our definition are motorized, so you couldn't pull a fifth wheel Airstream and park it on the street.
Okay, so the trailers are not allowed on the street.
Not right now.
And it's allowed for an extended period of time without use. You can't just,
It's the same amount of time as a vehicle could be parked there.
is there a limitation that like if I have a parked car that really doesn't work, I can just leave
Yeah,
it?
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't there a limit? So what is it?
It's a couple days.
What?
It's too.
I don't know the time period.
You just turn it into code enforcement and they don't.
Does.
Yeah, it's, if I can pipe in on that, it is a 48-hour limit.
You can really only park it there for 40
Without moving.
hours.
Not moving it. You can move and come back.
But it's complaint driven and
Yeah, right.
you have to have current tags, because that's another thing you turn in for a work request. When there's a car, the tag's 2 years old.
I've gotten dinged for it. When I rode my bike everywhere and I didn't drive my car, I was parked there for weeks on end.
If you get the A to Z guide that you all have, I think it's actually the first entry in the guide is abandoned as vehicles.
I'm going to take the privilege of Mayor Pro Tem recognizing me, because he wasn't going to let me talk, but Melissa got to talk. He let me talk now, so I'm going to go ahead, so nobody can talk after me. That's the point.
Okay.
On the block that you gave us, and on the front side, it says permitted with special use approval. And you had EO on that list. And then on the not permitted,
Oh, I'm sorry, it's listed twice, isn't it?
yeah,
Yep, nope, that's not what that's supposed to be. So EO, the first time, special use is okay. EO, the second time with not permitted, that should be industrial. That's my fault.
okay.
It should be I. It should be I, not just I.
Yeah.
I,
I by
I.
completely.
Straight eye.
That's that letter.
Not institutional, industrial.
That's right. That's a typo.
Look at you doing this. I'm paying attention. Yes, sir.
All right.
Don't nobody else interrupt.
So the last bit of background, and it's not the only piece of background to this, but the last piece that we want to make sure is really clear, RVs are not regulated by standard building codes. They are only inspected at the time of manufacture for roadworthiness and not for long-term habitation. Now, we've done some research, and there are some jurisdictions and some states that have wrestled with this issue, and they have come up with ways to conduct those inspections. But the cost of that has to be borne on the RV owner, and there's a bit of cost associated with whatever jurisdiction adopts that kind of approach. But these are treated as vehicles. So other than maybe some emission testings, if you happen to live in a community that does that, if it's motorized, there's nothing else. There's nobody going in there and checking to see that this is a habitable vehicle. These aren't structures. Okay. So a couple considerations that we wanted to put out there. These were facts and issues that we put in the memo. We're currently working on the future land use plan. That was a first step to get us to the point of looking at text amendments. There are 4 text amendment issues that we've called out that relate to this issue that we wanted to put in front of you. And I think this was to the mayor's point of saying, this is maybe an opportunity to wrestle with this issue and put it in perspective with these other things that we're going to be looking at. So one of the first things we're talking about is looking at accessory dwelling units and how to have design standards for ADUs. Sometimes the conversation gets and RVs are thought about or lumped into that category of being an accessory dwelling unit because it's parked on somebody's property. It is by definition different. But we do want to deal with that and bring something to you for your discussion. Second point, tiny home. Tiny homes are different than RVs. Tiny homes end up on a foundation, and they are structures. They are inspected. You get a building permit for them. And so that's something that we've been looking at on how to revisit our minimum square footage that we have in the code. Look at how we handle parking in our code, how to look at tiny homes and ADUs as opportunities to bring residential opportunities into found spaces in our existing neighborhoods and in some other areas where maybe they can be purposefully designed into place. All this would come with the design standards though. Third point.
Okay, that's why I got confused.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, I was just waiting for you to get to the third point. So so tiny homes on wheel will essentially be an RV, right?
That's right.
Meant
That's right.
standard. So why would that be separate? Why would it be a third consideration?
Separate from number 2?
From previous.
The wheels.
Yeah, from the previous slide.
Wheels.
The wheels.
Yeah, the wheels stay
Definitely
on
different.
and they can move at a later date. And tiny homes on wheels, depending on where you have seen them and that type of thing, sometimes they're a park model that is made by company and they do have some rigor to what they do. Sometimes they're homemade and there is no building code for that. It's found material. It's kind of put together. There are sort of kits where you can kind of dabble in this and put it on a trailer frame and build up and do all kinds of things. We don't have any standards for that. And there is no building code for that.
So an RV and a tiny homes on wheel are separate. They're two different things.
By our definition right now, an RV is motorized. Now, I have yet to see a tiny home that is motorized, that you're driving down the road.
Okay, now.
But there are RVs that are not, that are trailer.
So
Yeah.
we have a recommendation to deal with that, but right now our definition says an RV is motorized. It's not a tow, it's motorized. It's a motor coach kind of item.
So the towing of the wheeled apparatus that doesn't have a motor is a category in and of itself, whether it's the pop-up camper or tiny house.
That's right.
Kit, manufactured, however you want.
Thank you.
Okay, and it is confusing. So we tried to put terms on this to kind of pull them apart so you can understand where they fit and where they don't fit. Fourth, looking at manufactured homes, the way our current code works with them and deals with them and places them and where we might find some opportunities beyond the multifamily zoning, mixed density residential RM, where they're allowed. Where might there be some opportunities for manufactured homes to also be allowed? And could there also be development standards or design standards for those as an affordable option, but also as just an opportunity in general? So those were 4 points we wanted to put into you that felt like they were connected to the topic that we were given.
And modular is not like the fifth one?
So a modular home, again, by definition, is no different than a stick built. The stick built happens, the manufacture of that happens in a factory rather than on site.
And the modular, because it meets the code, building codes, so it's got the standards where these are the ones, they're listed here because they're not a standard for dwelling.
And they're inspected differently. Manufactured homes are inspected with a totally different set of regulations. The modular homes tend to be entirely factory built, and then they're put on, they're not, manufactured homes sometimes stay on wheels too.
Yeah.
And just get skirting. What we would be doing with a modular home is no different than we would do with a stick-built, single-family home today.
Okay.
You don't have something that would preclude you from having a modular home.
Yeah, and that's one of the, I think, misconceptions with that, because that is affordably built because they can do it in their warehouse 24/7, whatever. That one, I think there's a place in Georgia that does.
Oh, there is.
Cranking them out because they.
And the confusion has always been that the people that sell the manufactured housing that's inspected under HUD codes instead of building codes refer to them as modulars, and people think they've got something that they don't, and
Oh, that's.
always.
We do.
Modular homes are, I guess, just me keeping up. They're not, they're just as expensive in some cases as stick built. I'm just telling you what I know, my research. Manufactured, that was where you get the affordability. Right. But modulars are, some of them are just as expensive as stick type built.
The efficiency is where you tend to see the expense reduced with a modular home. You may end up have a cost per square foot of what actually is framed that is about the same. You're right, a stick built. What's different is the lead time, the assembly time, the amount of financing you have to kind of hang out there while you get the thing built, stick-built fashion, those are compressed. And so you can have something put together that's modular construction in sometimes 3 to 4 weeks. And that's pretty amazing when compared to the timeline for stick build on site.
Worth the cost.
It's a different kind of cost, but it can be advantageous for folks.
Okay.
Yeah. So these were 4 points that we kind of wanted to put in front of you and think about as we move forward. Then we had a series of recommendations. And I prefer to do recommendations with short-term, midterm, and long-term. So that's what we did for you. As a short-term recommendation, what we are suggesting is that we revisit the definition of recreational vehicles to also include non-motorized. So the fifth wheels, things that will tow behind your car, would now be included in that definition if this works out. Second point, we would then also look at the chapter we have in our code regarding manufactured housing developments. This is our mobile home park chapter. And look at that chapter to allow for RVs to be placed on sites within that mobile home park that have already been approved, have already been properly developed, have all the services they're supposed to have. And make sure that, because those can be inspected and verified to be viable. And that would be possible with this text amendment that we're contemplating for you to put an RV and kind of work through whatever documentation may be needed to cover the county, but also to cover the RV owner and the park owner, that everything's been done appropriately. Third point, we have, that second point is thinking about new mobile home, really. Yeah. The third point is talking about the ones we already have. And we have 11 that we've mapped. We're also suggesting that this text amendment could also pick up those legal but non-conforming mobile home parks and offer the opportunity for RVs to be also located on approved and code compliant sites inside that existing mobile home park. I want to show you that map. The stars represent the locations. I thought this was helpful. You know, a lot of us see things that we think might be mobile home parks, but we're not too sure. We mapped this a while ago. And we have 2 layers. I just wanted you to focus on the existing mobile home parks, and that's what the stars represent.
Just a quick question, terminology wise, this mobile home park, is that what we currently think of as the manufactured home?
Yes.
Yeah.
Park.
But in multiple, like multiples of, so that makes it a park from whenever that was designated, whether or not there's wheels under the skirt or not, because some of them are so old, they can't be mobile.
Correct.
Anyway, so it could also be existing manufactured home parks as this title, kind of.
That would have been a more formal way for me to say it, but that's, yes, it's the same.
But at this point, it's synonymous. We're using our terms,
What about,
diversifying our terms. Okay.
what about the place that's up from on Barnett Shoals, right up from B&B Theaters on the right? Where it's like, it's mobile home, you know, there's trailers out there.
On Cars Creek,
It's
on Barnett Shoals.
Yeah, it's, I mean, I pass it on Barnett Shoals all the time. I mean, I don't know if it's a park, but there's,
next to Icon.
I want to say that's one of the stars.
well,
It's
it's the
not.
stars in the wrong, completely.
No, it's not. It'd be south. It'd be south. It'd be
Yeah,
south.
yeah.
Oh, and then there's the one on Grove Street,
Yeah, of course.
where that new project's gonna be sharing the road. But, you know, how many does it take to make a park? That one's, oh, that got
Maybe
six.
it's, right.
Anyway,
And there are trailers in backyards. I mean, there's at least 2 of them, one in the house behind me and one a couple of blocks away from me.
so is this, how many have to be there to be your park? Yeah.
So the way that we looked at a manufactured housing development or a mobile home park is there was a development scheme.
Okay,
So it wasn't just the informal parking one in the backyard like we might see in some of our in-town neighborhoods. And it wasn't just, oh, I got 2 on a vacant lot.
okay.
There was a scheme put in place with proper water service and some form of sewer service. And that we had addressing to sort of recognize these as units.
Okay.
And you're right, the Cars Creek one should have been identified. So there's a 12th one. But it's not that we have none.
Right.
And we have opportunities here. And I think this request of staff was born out of a need to look at an immediate or short-term response. Where's our opportunity? These are opportunities I think that we've identified with a text amendment or two that could open the door for some RV use in some of these locations in a place that's set up for it. Now, we can't mandate that a property owner accepts RVs. We can't make them do that. But right now, they couldn't do it if they wanted to. We couldn't issue permits for it, let's put it that way. So this would be a way to open the door for that to happen.
So Bruce, quick question.
Yes.
So if Ms. Thornton was working with, folks over there, with that new development, she found a piece of property, the landowner agreed, could they move? You saying they couldn't move that particular?
These types of locations?
Yes.
With the text amendment? Yes. That's the proposal.
Into an existing park. So if there are, that's a longer range, and Bruce will get to that in terms of, I think what planning is wanting to do is, we've had the ability to develop a manufactured home park in our code as a permitted use for 25 years. But it's so stringent in terms of the requirements that we've never had one. And I think they're looking at ways to potentially allow more of that opportunity in appropriate locations as a mid or longer range. But Bruce will get to all that.
So I shouldn't, I'm sorry.
So in these short-term text amendments, it's still illegal to park your RV in someone's backyard and live there.
Yes.
Even short-term.
That's right.
Even for like a football weekend.
Yes.
See, that's where I'd like to see us make that a short-term goal. You know, within a certain envelope of an area, you know, why not be allowed to park the RV there? Grandma and grandpa are swinging through town and stay for a couple weeks.
I think historically, short-term is the key to that. The single wide mobile home, the older ones that you've referred to that are already out there in backyards in some of the older neighborhoods. That goes back into the 70s. There was a period of time where we offered a hardship to people to allow a single wide manufactured home to be pulled in a backyard for a definitive period of time in order to allow a parent or somebody to live there. Problem is that once it's there, you're never getting it to go away. Once it's hooked up, and that's why they're still there. And those are the things that we've got to be very cognizant of, at least in terms of you all making a decision on where you want to go as to potentially unthought through, you know.
And that's kind of where I am. Everybody knows that where my sensitivity is on this. I voted for a redevelopment that I think is a great redevelopment in Commissioner Link's district. But I do think while we're building a development that's going to bring people in or house people, we need to, you know, try to help those 8 or whatever. That's, you know, this is much more. I appreciate this going into this detail. This is much more than I expected. So but I don't want us to lose our focus and look at everything right now.
Well, and that's why we wanted to have a short-term recommendation. I thought was we want to check with you. Are we hitting the target?
You're hitting the
for
target.
your immediate concern?
You're hitting the target.
And then to Commissioner Link's point, those are two separate issues. What we wanted to put in front of you was maybe something that is a focused ask of the code to amend. Once we start looking at, and I'll just move to it, the midterm, where we start looking at missing middle housing and we're looking at RS zones and RM zones and expanding opportunity, it gets stickier. And what we took away from the February meeting was we have an immediate need that we're trying to resolve. And this other is a larger community discussion where we've got to dig into some things, and the RS zones are going to get defended, and they are going to be, we're going to have some hard conversations to be able to allow this type of use by right, or even as a special use, frankly. So we thought, all right, let's pull it apart. Let's deal with the short term and the immediate need. Let's take this as midterm. We're not pushing it off. And you'll notice I haven't put timeframes on this. So y'all can define what is short term and midterm. This just puts it in a sequence. But we are asking that let's finish the future land use map first, because this will help guide us to where we make some of these decisions. And you have already asked us, and it's been on our work program for a while now, to have the missing middle housing text amendments pushed after the future land use map's adopted. And we're staying true to that. We also want to talk about, maybe there's a new use category for recreational vehicle parks or campgrounds. And to amend the use tables to include that in every zone with how we feel they should be regulated. Are they permitted by right? Are they special use? Are they not allowed? Because right now, commercial outdoor recreation lumps it in with everything. It lumps it in with batting cages and go-kart tracks. Golf courses, right? So why not take it apart, let it be a standalone thing so that when you give an approval for commercial outdoor recreation, you're not opening the door for some unintended uses to come along with it that might be loud or have odd hours of operation, that kind of thing.
So would a tiny home on wheels be considered an RV?
Yes, presently. Now, we could also,
If it, in this recreational vehicle park?
we would have to give it definition. We'd have to figure that out, but that is where they slot.
And then when we come back together to talk about, like you say, midterm, and I agree that it should be coming, it could be percolating with the future land use map too, because we have that minimum size, we have lots that are not buildable because we have that, was it 1,200 square feet is our?
The minimum
Minimum.
square footage for a single family?
Yeah.
1,000.
It's 1,000. So, we're tackling that. This helps with that as well.
Right.
Aligning some of those, and the example that is currently not the game day lots by Mama's Boy.
Dog estates.
The dog, is that what that's called? Yeah, so then would that that could potentially end up being a revised timeline, that they could be there longer than those limits that they're there?
That could be something. And frankly, from a staff standpoint, we would encourage having that discussion as well.
Okay.
Yeah, agree.
All right, and then long term, and then this will wrap things up for me. Making sure that we're keeping tabs on that short term and midterm approach, and let's see if there's anything that's sliding, and let's course correct. So we anticipate, and we always want to say it out loud, we may have to come back before you with other text amendments based on what we see happening, and that's A-okay. But then also to look at other solutions in other jurisdictions that have used RVs as permanent housing. Staff has done good research. Stephen Jacques in particular has done really good research looking at Washington State and Oregon State and how they've wrestled with this, because their housing costs are far beyond ours, and they've turned to this as a possible solution. And they have developed some standards and some ways to do these things. It'll take time for us to adopt something at the level that they've adopted. So that's why it's a long-term recommendation. But we did want to point that out, that it's not an impossibility, but it does come with some inspection mechanism, and it does come with assigning responsibility for maintenance on these that's different than a home. And we just have to acknowledge that. We don't want to inadvertently condone a type of housing that is unsafe. That's the opposite of what we're trying to do. That is it. Wow, it's very good.
Commissioner Thornton has a question.
Going down to long term, and it says investigate alternative solutions that allow RV as permanent housing. Would not ADUs and tiny homes be long term?
They can be.
I mean,
they are structures though, but yes.
Okay, because we don't have a policy on place for either one. So I'm wondering, as we look long term, if that should be spelled out.
We were hoping that would be midterm.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's when we say implementing the missing middle housing text amendments,
Okay.
that study looked at ADUs. It looked at tiny.
I'm okay with that. It's fine.
Yeah.
So I mean, I have a bunch of notes here on like the conversations that I've had with folks who actually would like to do some kind of tiny home RV style park, like even right in town. And folks who want to see ADUs and folks who don't want to see ADUs because they're concerned about, you know, having someone basically living in their backyard. And I feel like, you know, when we move forward with approaching allowing these, instead of looking at it particularly as a zoning category, look at it as a lot size. Like I could see if you have, say, a 15,000 square foot lot or more, that's just over a third of an acre. It could be allowed by right with 1-bedroom ADUs by right within the buildable envelope of what a full structure. You know, how the main structure has its setbacks. And then, you know, accessory structures have a less of a side setback, but if you build an ADU, it would have to be in the main structure setback. Because what people are concerned about is the idea that you could have somebody living basically in your backyard, coming and going at all hours of the day and night, you know, right on your properties. They're also concerned about windows looking into their backyard. So if we set some basic design guidelines that say, you know, any upper level windows have to look interior to the lot, any entryways have to be interior to the lot, make sure there's parking on site. That's the number one issue. You know, I feel like allowing ADUs by right in some of our really packed in town neighborhoods is not feasible on those streets because you have such small lots and such limited parking. But when it comes to areas where you have larger lots and, you know, especially corner lots, I mean, you see it, you already see it in Boulevard and 5 Points and Cobham. You know, there are plenty of homes that have those garages that are functioning as livable units in the backyard and nobody notices. So I've got some notes I'll share with you guys.
If you had some with sewer, we're gonna cover that or not.
I don't know what I did.
And that's where the maps are that I don't have titles on.
Okay, so the maps that was a supplemental thing. If we got into a discussion about zoning.
Okay.
For service, I was just anticipating.
I need a copy where all these are labeled. I know what.
That's online. That's on our website. We've given that presentation a few times and it's.
As long as it's the same, I got the numbers. Oh, okay.
Do you have all the slides?
I do. I don't have a title, so I don't have a percentage, but anyway, I'll look it up.
That was just
a future land.
Yeah. That was a supplement.
Oh, you read the presentation already? Did you? You didn't notice the title's missing. Anyway, okay, as long as it's got an update to the percentages.
Yeah, there's stuff missing from the graphics.
But it's on the.
I was up at 2. What did I miss?
I know, but.
It was at the end of the.
Oh.
Those, yep.
Yep. So these maps,
Oh, those numbers didn't come through on the one we have.
Oh.
It came on the revised.
Yeah.
On the revised.
It's on the revised one.
Okay, if you go to the last one, I can fill in.
okay.
So
Go to the last one, I can fill in.
Maybe it's the one that's online, actually.
from a staff standpoint, so we've got some direction. This would be for you all through Commissioner Fisher at this point, but just, are you comfortable with us proceeding with the short-term direction that we've given you this evening and kind of cut the planning department loose to prepare some amendments to bring forward for your consideration? At least I think they're really looking at right now is short-term. We all feel strongly at staff level that the mid and the long-term things need to be married to the future land use map.
Right.
And that's consistent with what we've been telling you for the last couple of years. But we do feel like the short term provides us with an opportunity to do some fairly quick modifications for your consideration. Ultimately, it goes through the amendment process and it will be voted on at a voting meeting. But we wanted to make sure that we're on the right track before we go any further.
Right, and that's along the lines of where those stars are on the map are potentials for
And
new neighbors.
And an understanding that this has to be in agreement with the owner of those lots.
If
Not
I'm
forcing anything on.
correct,
Good.
Good.
Thank you, Shaw.
we've got our marching orders. Thank you, planning. They did a lot of work on this and looking at.
Planning, thank you, planning.
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Yes, so moved. Second.
Somebody write it down.
I've been first, so moved. Yeah.
Should be